Hi guys, and welcome to Getting Started with Blazor. If you are wondering on what Blazor is or how to get started with Blazor, you have come to the right course. Learning new technology can be daunting, especially if you don't know where to start or if you follow incomplete or outdated courses. This course is a solution to all of that. Blazor is a revolution in .NET world. With the use of Blazor, we can achieve what previously could only be achieved using JavaScript frameworks like Angular, React, or Vue.js. But this time we can do all of that with C# using Blazor. For both front-end as well as back-end, you can use the framework and programming language that you love, which is C# and .NET Core. We will be learning fundamentals of Blazor to give you a solid foundation. Once the foundation is established, we will be building a CRUD application using Blazor and see how everything comes together. Now Blazor comes with two hosting models, server-side and WebAssembly. In this course, we will be using Blazor Server, but whatever we learn in Blazor Server can be applied easily with Blazor WebAssembly, and I will walk you through on what are the differences between both the models in a brief video. But in my other course, I enhance the application that we build here and add both Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly, as well as .NET API. But that is once you have a good foundation on Blazor. I do not believe in just coding, because of which there are assignments to practice along with me as we explore Blazor. It is always good to see on what we will be building. So let me walk you through a demo of what we will be building in the next video. And from there onwards, let's dive deep into the blazing world of Blazor. In this video, let me walk you through on what we will be building or learning in this course. You can see the solution here, and we have multiple projects. Even though we are learning the fundamentals of Blazor, we have divided things into multiple projects. We have client project, which is using WebAssembly, and we have a server project. Now our main focus will be on the server project. But this video is not to dive into the code. This video is to see the final outcome of this course. So let me run the project here, and we have our application. On the left hand side, we have a navigation which basically shows what will be all the topics that we will learn. We will see how to bind properties using Blazor. That way, when we change something, it automatically activates or deactivates. Even the values, you can see they are responsive here. We will have assignment on demo product, where we will have reactive functionality without use of any JavaScript. We will see how parent-child relation in components work when it comes to Blazor. We will learn how routing is implemented in Blazor and how we can pass parameters. Then, even though Blazor acts as a replacement for JavaScript framework, there are some pieces that are needed with JavaScript, like if we want toaster alert, toaster failure, or some sweet alerts in our project. So we will see how to integrate JavaScript inside a Blazor application. We will see how lifecycle methods work with Blazor. We'll have multiple life cycles, and we'll see how they are invoked and what actually is use case for each one of them. So with that, we will have a solid foundation on Blazor. Once that is all good, we will be building CRUD operation using database. So here we will have basic categories on which we will have create, update, edit, and delete functionality. Let's go to the add category. If we hit create, we have some validations in Blazor. So we will learn forms in Blazor and how validations work. Let's hit the create button. The category gets created. We can of course edit the category here. We can delete the category. Now when we delete category, we have a model that pops up. So with that, we'll see how we can implement other components and call that when we use the delete functionality. So with that, we have quite a few functionalities to learn and implement in the Getting Started course. Let's summarize everything that we will learn in this Getting Started course. We will start by exploring the files and folder structure in Blazor application. We will see both server and client application and how both of them are different when it comes to file and folder structure. Then in Blazor, we will learn data binding, which will be one-way and two-way data binding. Components are basic elements of any modern programming language. So we will see components and routing and how that is implemented in Blazor. When we work with components, we have to pass some parameters. So we will see parameters and what is cascading parameters, how do we use them in Blazor. We will also see how to integrate JavaScript in Blazor and advanced concepts like vendor fragment, attribute splatting, and much more. When we integrate JavaScript in Blazor, we will see an example of toaster and sweet alert integration. Then we will explore all the life cycles that are there in Blazor and what is the importance of each one of them. Finally, we will perform CRUD operations in Blazor application. We will have a database that is created using Entity Framework. So you can see there's a lot to cover in the Getting Started course. Let's get started with all of that from the next video. Before we understand the use of Blazor and its advantages, let's take a step back and see how most development works as of now. For server-side development, we have different programming languages like C#, Java, etc. For client-side development, we use JavaScript frameworks like React, Vue, and Angular. These JavaScript frameworks have a monopoly when it comes to client-side development, because of which all the developers had to eventually take the pain to learn both languages, which can be very tedious. Now you might be wondering that what is the need for two separate programming languages? Is it not possible to do everything using C# for both the server side as well as client side? Well, now that is possible, and the magic sauce is Blazor. With Blazor, we can now build interactive web UI using C# instead of JavaScript. So now with Blazor, C# code can be executed on server and in the client browser. So far we have known that browsers can only understand JavaScript. So how can we now magically use C# in client browser? The magic ingredient for that is WebAssembly. Blazor can C# code directly in the browser using WebAssembly. That is fantastic news. But when you have to decide on using Blazor in your application, you have two hosting models. The first one is Blazor Server. Blazor Server uses standard ASP.NET Core application. Within that application, we can integrate server-side functionalities like integrating a SQL server using Entity Framework. In the Blazor Server apps, the components run on the server instead of client-side in the browser. UI events that occur in browser are sent to server over a real-time connection. So here when the application is running, browser sets up a constant connection with Blazor server application using Signal R. This is how browser communicates with the server application. You can see here everything resides inside the server. The next thing that we have is Blazor Client or Blazor WebAssembly application. So the Blazor WebAssembly application executes directly in the browser on a WebAssembly-based .NET runtime. Blazor WebAssembly application functions in a similar way to the front-end JavaScript frameworks like React or Angular. But instead of writing JavaScript, you write C# code. You can see inside the WebAssembly or the client, there is only browser, and everything resides in there. That is the main difference. You don't need an active SignalR connection. WebAssembly is supported in most modern-day browsers, but it is not supported in IE 11. The way it works is that it allows the browser to download the Blazor application. This means that the Blazor application runs in the web browser. No need for a constant connection with the server for the application to work. However, because it is a client-side application, we cannot directly integrate any server-side functionality into Blazor application. In order to do that, we need to hook it up with a server-side application such as an ASP.NET Core Web API. So with this, we have a brief overview of both the hosting models, the server hosting models and the client hosting model, which is commonly referred as Blazor WebAssembly. Now both of these hosting models has pros and cons. Let's take a look at them in the next video. In this video, we will take a look at the advantages and disadvantages of both Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. First, let's take a look at Blazor Server and the advantages that it brings to the table. The download size is much smaller than a client-side application, because of which the app loads much faster. The application takes full advantage of the server capabilities, including use of any .NET compatible APIs. The .NET on the server is used to run the application, so existing .NET toolings such as debugging and everything works as expected. Thin clients are also supported. For example, server-side application works with browsers that do not support WebAssembly and on resource-constrained devices. These are just few advantages that Blazor Server has as compared to Blazor WebAssembly. With that also comes the downsides or disadvantages of Blazor Server hosting model. The first one is higher UI latency. Every user interaction involves a network hop. It's not a direct submit, but there is a SignalR connection, because of which the latency is high. There is no offline support. If the client connection fails, the application stops working because it needs an active connection. The scalability is challenging for apps with many users. The server must manage multiple client connections and handle client state, because there is a limit on number of SignalR connection. Of course, you can buy separate SignalR packages from Azure, but with that, it will reach a limit at some place or it will get too expensive. So if there are too many concurrent connections that will be going on, Blazor Server is not an ideal choice. Now the trade-offs that you see in Blazor Server will be the advantages for the Blazor client. And now let's take a look at the benefits that Blazor client brings to the table. The first one is there is no .NET server dependency. The application is fully functional after the download to the client. The client resources and capabilities are fully leveraged. Work is offloaded from server to the client. An ASP.NET Core web application isn't required to host the app. And then work is offloaded from the server to the client. These are some of the advantages that Blazor WebAssembly brings to the table. With that, there are also downsides for Blazor WebAssembly. The first disadvantage is that browser capabilities restrict the app, and then with WebAssembly, everything gets downloaded, because of which the download size is larger as compared to Blazor Server, and the application takes longer to load. Another disadvantage is WebAssembly support is required if you want to use Blazor WebAssembly. If your browser does not support that, then your website will not work. So with that, you should have a brief overview of what is Blazor and what are the two hosting models. It won't be perfectly laid in your mind, but you should have a rough idea of what belongs where. That being said, let's continue in the next video. Now, as much as it is important to know what this course is about, I think it is equally important to know that what this course is not about. It is always good to clear the expectations up front. So that's why I want to discuss what this course is not about. This course is not about UI designing like CSS or Bootstrap. That's why when it comes to designing, I will be providing you snippets so that we can save our time on designing and focus on Blazor. This course is also not about understanding the .NET Core basics. I will not be diving into details of how the folder structure with a .NET Core application works, how dependency injection works in .NET Core, or how Entity Framework Core works and how you can set up the database. Of course, in the .NET Blazor application, we will be working with Entity Framework Core, we will add migrations, and we will do everything from scratch. But I won't dive into the basic concepts of Entity Framework Core, how to set up a DB context, or why do we need a DB context, and such basic questions. The last thing is .NET Core API. Now for Blazor WebAssembly, we will be building an API in this course. We will be building that API from scratch, but I won't dive into the basics of an API like what is HTTP GET, what is HTTP POST, how do you test an API, and so on. These are the basic concepts that I assume you will know before you take this course. If you are not familiar with the basics of .NET Core, I have a free course on .NET Mastery that will teach you .NET Core basics as well as Entity Framework Core that is needed for this course. The main reason for not diving deep in this topic is I want to make sure this course has a single focus, and that is Blazor. I want to cover A to Z when it comes to Blazor, and that is where we will keep our focus. So with that, let's continue from the next video. First thing we want to do is create our project, and for that we will open up Visual Studio 2022. On the right hand side here, we can select the option to create a new project. So let me click there. After that, we can use the built-in templates to get started. We want to build Blazor project. So inside the search, we will search for Blazor, and we have Blazor WebAssembly app and Blazor server app. We will understand both of them as we proceed with the course, but to get started, we will select the Blazor server app and select the next button. I will update the location where I want to save the project, and we want to give it a project name Tangy Web. By default, it will give the same solution name, but the solution name I will call that as Tangy, which will be our project name, and this will be the web project. Now with the web project, we have two projects. Right now we are working on the server application, so right here, let me say underscore server. When we create the WebAssembly project, we will call that as WebAssembly or client project. So with that naming, let me select the next button. We will have to select the .NET framework that we want for our project. We will be using .NET 6, and if you want to get started with authentication, you can select multiple options right here. I will select none here because I want to start from scratch. We don't want the Docker support because we are not hosting this in container, so with that selection, let's hit the create button. And perfect, with that our project has been created. Now the fonts that you see here might be a little bit different than what you have. I have increased the font size so that they are more visible when you are watching the videos. The default font are smaller size, so this might look a little bit odd, but these fonts will be more readable. So with that, our project has been created, and we can see our solution name here is Tangy. Inside there we have a project with the name of Tangy Web Server. Our application has been created, and you see quite a few files on the right hand side here with the Solution Explorer. Let me actually run the application and see what we have right out of the box. So in order to run the application, you can press F5 or you have the Run button right here. If you see there is a small drop down here and you click there, there are more options that you can configure. The default one is TangyWeb_server, which is the project name, and this will actually run the application inside Kestrel, which is like a local hosting server. And you will see all of the logs inside a command prompt window. Inside IIS Express, you do not get anything like that, but the overall debugging and browsing experience stays the same. It is just the backend of how the code is being compiled and executed on the local machine. So let me keep that as Tangy Web Server right now, which will use Kestrel and run the application. It will load the application in the browser, and if you examine, there will also be a command prompt on the screen. This command prompt basically tells you where it is hosting the application, and you can press Ctrl+C to shut it down. Let's go back to the application that we have right here. This is the default Blazor application that comes right out of the box. We have an about link here that will take us to more information on .NET 6. If we go back, we have the navigation menu on the left hand side here, and we have 3 pages. Home page is a default page where we have the heading and some content. The next page that we have is a counter page, and it displays a counter. If we hit the button Click Me, you will notice that the counter is increasing. But if you examine, the page is not going back to the server. It stays here, and it seems like there is some JavaScript that is toggling the count. But in reality, this is Blazor. So you can see with the help of Blazor, the counter is incrementing without need of any JavaScript code. The last page that we have here is Fetch Data. This is just a sample of component where it is fetching data from some other service. Another important thing that you can notice is when you click on some of the tabs here, you will notice that the page is not refreshing. So it is basically not like a server application or an MVC application where on every page click it goes back to the server and refreshes the page. So with that, we have seen the basic pages that comes inside the Blazor application. Let me stop the application here. The window can also be closed, and this time let me start that using IIS Express, and let's hit the Run button. The application loads and everything is still the same, but this time we have a different localhost port that you can see here, and we also do not have a command prompt with all the logs. So when you use IIS Express as setting, it will run the application like it is hosted on a local IIS server. You can use any of them to debug the application while we build that. I will keep that as IIS Express. And let's continue in the next video. Before I proceed further, it is always good to check in our code. So let's add that to a source control, and we will select the Git right here. If you are not signed in to your local repository, then it will display a window to sign in. I am already signed in, so the repository name, I will change that to Tangy Blazor, and let's hit create and push. That will actually create a repository here, and we have 2 commits. Let me push them on the remote server. Once we go to that repository, you will notice we have 2 commits right here. Now what I will do is each lecture, whatever changes we make, I'm gonna commit those changes based on the lecture name and section name. That way you will be able to compare exactly what was changed if something does not work for you. So with that, let's continue from the next video. In this video, let's walk through the basic files and folders that you see right here. Some of the names that you see here will be familiar to an MVC or a Razor page application with .NET 6 or previous version. But I will walk through all of them real quick. When we create a web project, we have the project file. So if you right-click on the project, you will notice we have the project file. Inside that project file, you see the basic settings like the .NET version, nullable and implicit using is enabled. Implicit using is something new. Because of that, you will not need the using statements for the default libraries. I will show that as we proceed with the course, but when we will be adding more NuGet packages, you will see all of that inside the project file. Next folder that we have here is the properties folder, and inside there we have launch settings.json. This file will have all of the run profiles that we saw before right here. So you see we have IIS Express and Tangy web server. We have the profiles here where we have the Tangy web server and IIS Express. Inside the Tangy web server, you can see we have explicit port numbers right here. And what port numbers should be used in IIS Express, that is defined inside the section here, which is IIS settings. So if you want to change some things there, like let's say the URL or even the application environment, you can do that right here. The default environment for development purpose, you can see they have set as development. Because of that, if there are any errors, it will display programmer-friendly errors so that you can solve them. If this was set as production or something else, then we would not like them to see the real error message. So we will play with all of that in the upcoming videos, but that is the first file, which is launchsettings.json inside the properties folder. Next folder that we have here is www root folder. This folder is the root folder of your application, and this folder will be responsible to hold all of the static files of your website. Like you have CSS files, you will have JavaScript files. Let's say you will have images, PDF, or any other static data like some HTML pages. All of them will always be inside the www root folder. The www root folder will never have any C# pages. So all the C# coding pages will be outside, but any static content of your website will go inside the www root folder. The next folder that we have here is the data folder, and in this data folder we just have two class files. One is a weather forecast model, and next one is a weather forecast service. This class has a method here, getForecastAsync, and that is returning some random data. This service is being used inside the application. Let me run this and show that. So inside the fetch data, you see weather forecast, it returns 5 records. This is the actual service that is returning those 5 records randomly from the summaries that we have here. So that is just a class file that is returning the data, and weather forecast is the model. So you see we have date, temperature, and summary. Those are the 4 properties. Pretty straightforward. But the main logic of how that data is being retrieved, how that is being displayed, everything is inside the pages folder. Pages and shared folder will have some pages which will be CSHTML as well as Razor components. And then you might be wondering that why did I say Razor pages and Razor component? The one that ends in CSHTML, those are the Razor pages that you would have already worked if you have worked with MVC applications or Razor page projects in .NET Core. But there is something new here with Blazor, which is .razor, and these are called as Razor components. Blazor has been created with a concept of dividing everything inside components. That way, reusing a component is very simple, and it resembles closely with some of the JS frameworks like Vue, React, or Angular. All of them also have components that are shared, and accessed across the website. So pages folder will have all of the web pages, and shared folder typically will have components that are shared across all the pages, like we have navigation menu and so on. We will go through all of those pages very shortly, but that is a general overview. Next we have imports.razor. Whatever using statements you add here, those using statements will be implicitly added to any of the pages. So that way, if there are some using statements that you need to use across all the pages or most of the pages, then you will add it right here. That way you do not have to write them every time. So this is like a global directive for all of the using statements. Then we have app.razor, which is the main page of our application, and you will see a component here with router, found and not found. This component is responsible for all the routing, and do not worry, I will walk through that as well. But the last two files here that we have, appsettings.json and program.cs, they are similar to a typical .NET Core application with MVC or Razor pages. Inside appsettings.json, you will define any of the connection strings or some secrets for your application. So in future, when we will add SQL Server, we will add that connection string here and use that in our pages. Last but not the least is program.cs. This is the main file of the application that actually invokes or starts the application. We first have a create builder on the arguments here, and then we have to add the services and configure HTTP pipeline. Before .NET 6, there were two separate files that were responsible. We had something called as startup.cs and program.cs. But with .NET 6, both of these files have been combined into a single file, which is program.cs. So inside the program.cs, the first step is to add services to the container. So we are adding Razor pages, we are adding the server-side Blazor, and we are registering some service, which is the weather forecast service that we saw right here that returns some random data. That is the registration of services in the container, and on that we are calling the builder.build. So once the services are added to the container, we have to configure the pipelines, and we will add middlewares in a .NET application. So right here, the first thing that you see we add is if the app environment is not development, then we want to display an exception handler, which will be a default error page. And that is because in production application, we do not want them to show the developer exception page. So while we are on the local, you can also add an else block, and on the app, you can add use developer exception page. That means that if the environment variable is development, that we already saw inside the launch settings.json, on default they are set to development. So as long as they are set to development, we will use the developer exception page to show the exceptions. After that, we have some redirect, use of static files that are inside the www root folder. We are adding the routing here, and we are mapping the Blazor hub. That will map the Blazor hub to the default path. Next thing that is important here is map fallback to page, and that is _host. This means that if it does not find anything else or where to route, it should go look for a page which is _host. And that page is inside the pages folder. We have _host.cshtml. And finally, we are calling app.run. Now the main question is, what happens when it goes to _host page? Let's take a look at that in the next video and understand how everything binds together. Now initially it might seem that everything is daunting and it's too much, but stay with me for a couple of videos and everything will start making much more sense. So with that brief overview, we have covered all of the files except the files inside Pages folder, Shared folder, and app.razor. Let's continue with them in the next video. In this video, let's take a look at how everything comes together. We are still inside the program.cs, and right here you can see first we are building a builder that is calling the create builder on the default web application with some arguments. These are the arguments that you can pass while the program is built, either using command line if you want. But after that we add some services to the container, and then on the application we are calling the builder.build. That will actually build the web application. Then we are adding some pipelines on the app variable here, and finally we call app.run. At this point it actually runs the application either on Kestrel or the IIS Express settings that you are using. So that is the brief overview of configuring everything and running the application. Then inside the pipelines we add routing. And that is the default routing with .NET Core or .NET 6 in our case. But on that routing, then we are saying that we want to add the endpoint for Blazor. When we add the map Blazor hub, we are actually configuring or adding the SignalR connection for our Blazor application. And SignalR is the heart and engine of our Blazor application. SignalR is basically the service that will talk to the main application that is running, and once anything is changed, it will tell them that, hey, these are the things that have been changed and we need to re-render some things on the UI and things like that. That is what actually makes Blazor responsive like the JavaScript frameworks. Now you might be thinking that in order to configure SignalR, we have to do quite a few configuration to get that special functionality. But actually it's pretty simple. You just have to add app.mapBlazorHub, and that will configure everything that is needed for SignalR. And then the next step here is app.mapFallback2page, and we have the _host page. So this basically tells that if you don't know where you are going or how to do the routing, just go to this default page, which is _host. Now you might be wondering that, okay, where are we actually going? Well, when we run the application, we are going to this _host page, and from there we will see the routing in action. So no matter what you have in the URL, it is not like an MVC that directly it knows go to this controller and this action method. It will by default go to the _host, and there it will try to navigate to the corresponding path. So let's take a look at this _host file. Inside pages, we have _host.cshtml. And if you notice here, this is a CS.html file. There are few CS.html files like _layout and error.cshtml. Everything else is a Razor component. But inside this _host, we have the page directive, which is just a /. This means that this is the root path of our application. Then we are adding some namespace and the default .NET Core tag helpers. We also are defining here the default master page, which is _layout. Now before .NET 6 we did not have an _layout in Blazor application. All of the code that you see inside the _layout was added directly inside the _host.cshtml. But in .NET 6 they have decided to separate them into different files. The next line that we have here is component type of app, and render mode, you will see it is server pre-rendered. This component is the final component where all of the rendering of all the pages in our application will happen. So we are saying that this component that we have here is a type, and the type of component is the app. And if you hover on the app here, you will notice that it is the project name, which is Tangy web_server.app. And the render mode here is server pre-rendered. Because we are using the Blazor server, this is rendered as the server pre-rendered. what that will do is it will build our application on the server and then it will pass it on to the browser. Then the app here is nothing but the app.razor file that we have in our project. So let's open that up. And inside the app.razor, you will notice the main component that we have is a router component. So this is where the actual routing happens. So if we go back to the host, it has the main component here. Actually, it has the default master page underscore layout, and then it has the main component. That component goes to app.razor, and inside app.razor, we have the router component. Inside the router, you will notice we have two components, found and not found. So basically, based on the routing path that we have in the website, it will check here that, hey, is that route or that page found inside the pages folder, let's say for an example. If it is found or if they found that component, then it is saying here that go ahead and display that component. But if that is not found, this is what you should do. So that is the default functionality that we have inside the app.razor. So you can see inside the not found, we are just displaying, sorry, there's nothing at this address. Now right now our application is still running, so let me switch back there and you can see we have some routes right here. Let me change this to something junk and press enter. You can see it does not find that route, so we get the error message, sorry, there's nothing at this address. If you want to display a custom page, that page not found, you can obviously do that right here or create a component and call that component in the layout view. But right now our focus is to understand how everything binds together. And you can see how the found and not found are working. So if we click on home or counter, it finds that component based on the routing defined and it displays that. If we write something junk here, it does not find that page and it displays the not found component inside the app.razor. And then if we do find that page, we display that inside the route data. And this route data will include all of the page as well as the underscore layout or the navigation. So that way, the found and not found are integrated together. Now there is also something called as a default layout. So if the route data or the page that is being navigated to does not have a layout page, then we can explicitly define a default layout right here. Now one thing I want to say that if a page is not found, when you see the sorry there's nothing at this address, this is not actually an exception. It is just a route that is defined that if a route is not found, we want to route to this particular view so we can display that there's nothing at this address. So you can see in order to get to the actual application, we have quite a few layers that we have to add in Blazor. If this was an MVC or Razor application, things are much simpler. But there is also a reasoning behind this. Inside Blazor, everything is a component. So if you see inside the underscore host, we have the main component here, which is of the type app. Then if we go to app.razor, we have the router component. In there, we have the found and not found component. And components are a good thing. That means that everything is divided in a module and integrated together. If you ever want to reuse a component, you can always do that in different places, just like components in modern JavaScript framework. So you might feel that we have to go to multiple sublayers to actually get through the code. Do not worry. Everything will be much clearer once we start programming the Razor page and see how things bind together. But this is just the router component of your application. So from our app.razor, we actually go to the page that we have inside the route. So let's go back to the application, and the default page that we have is the home page. This page is actually the index.razor right here. And how do we know that this is the default page of the application? You can see the @page directive here is just a /. This means that this is the default page. If you add /, it keeps you on the same page. Then if we click on the counter here, you notice we have / counter. So if we go back to pages and open the counter.razor, you can see the @page directive on the top defines what is the route. Here it is / counter, so if we write that, it takes us to the counter page where it displays some data. If we go to fetch data, we have the route as fetch data, and if we open that component, you will see the @page directive has / fetch data. So that gives you a brief understanding of some of the components that we have in our application, as well as a very brief overview to how routing works in a Blazor application. We have to define the @page, and we have to define the route that we want in our URL. So just to give you a brief overview, we have seen _host, and inside there we have the default _layout. If I open the _layout, this is the default layout for all of our pages. You can see in _layout we have the HTML tag and we have the CSS that are needed. We scroll down, we have a render body here where the actual body for all of the other pages will be rendered. And then at the end here we have Blazor error UI. So if any errors are occurred, this is where it will be handled and displayed. We also have all the JavaScript here. By default we only have one, which is blazor.server.js. This is the ultimate JavaScript that is needed for the Blazor framework. So that's what we have inside the _layout master page. But then if you notice the application that we have running, we have this navigation bar and this about link. If _layout is the only master page, then how come we do not have that navigation right here? Well, what happens is we have the layout page right here, and then we have the component that is being rendered. Inside the app.razor, you can see we have a default layout, which is main layout. In _host, when we have added this _layout, that basically means the layout page for the _host. But for our application, we need a default layout, or if we don't have that, then on each pages that are being rendered, like this counter page, we need to define the layout page. Since that is not defined, it will use the default page, which is main layout. And those pages are inside the shared folder. So inside shared folder, you see we have the main layout page, and there we have the page title and div tag. We have a nav menu, which is a component, so we have to open the nav menu component here, and this is where we have the purple navigation that we see on the left side. So that is how things are binding together. So we have that nav menu, then the about link that you see here is defined here, and finally we have the @body. So the component, which is counter component, the item that you see here will be rendered inside the body. So I know we covered a lot in this video, but with that you have the complete overview of how everything is binded together. We saw _host, _layout, some of the components here. Index.razor is the default page of the application, and inside shared we have the main layout, which has a nav menu, that is the nav menu component, and then we have a new component, which is survey prompt. Let's ignore that component for now, because we will learn all of that when we build our own components. So with that brief overview of all the file structures and how they bind together, let's continue in the next video. Now I do not expect that everything that we covered in this video will make sense, because we covered quite a few things when it comes to the default Razor pages and components. But I just want you to understand and digest the basic foundation, because from the next video, when we will start building our Blazor components and you will start coding, then everything will start making much more sense. But before starting that, I wanted to give you a 10,000 feet overview and give you some idea on how everything binds together in a Blazor application. Now what we have covered so far is Blazor server application. That being said, there is also Blazor WebAssembly application. Let's explore that in the next video before we start coding in Blazor. Now that we have seen the Blazor server application, let me stop the debugging here, and inside the solution, let's right-click, add a new project. This time we want to add a Blazor WebAssembly project. Let's hit the next button, and we will call this TangyWeb_client. We will select the .NET 6, that looks good. Authentication type will be none. Let's add that. And perfect. So now we have two projects in our application. Let's see first what are the differences right out of the box. The first difference is there is no appsettings.json inside the client project. Inside the server application, we will actually be hosting the SQL Server, connection strings, and so on. So that's why we had the app.settings. In client application, we typically consume APIs to retrieve data. So that makes sense. Let's examine the app.razor. In both of them, you can see they are exactly the same. So no matter if it's a server or WebAssembly application, app.razor stays the same. Next, let's examine the program.cs. This will be different if we compare with the program.cs of server, because when we have the server application, we have to add services to our container, we have to configure the pipeline and build the application. We have all of the server components. WebAssembly, on the other hand, is very lightweight. Here we just have the create default application, and you can see one service that is added is actually the HTTP client service, because using that service, the Blazor WebAssembly will retrieve data. So this will be much more lightweight when we compare that to program.cs of server. But here you can see we have to add the root component, which is #app. This is something that you might have seen with Vue.js or some JavaScript frameworks, where we have to load the default component to the builder. So with that, you might be wondering that where is this div or something with #app? That will not be inside the pages folder. Pages folder is pretty simple. We have the same index, fetch data, and counter. Inside the shared, we have the main layout and nav menu. So you will be thinking that where is this #app now? And that will be inside the www root folder. Inside the WebAssembly project, you can see the web root has quite a few files, but the important one here is index.html, which has all of the CSS, all the JavaScript, as well as the error UI, and most importantly, div with the ID of app that is used right here inside the program.cs to load that component. So once that component gets loaded, it will display loading initially, and when the routing and the actual page is rendered, it will display that page. Another thing that is different here is you see we have blazor.webassembly.js that is included in the script files, but inside the host of the server application, not host layout, because previously we had everything in host, so that's why I opened host. But inside the layout, we have the server.js. So that is the main difference with Blazor server and WebAssembly. But other than that, if you right-click on the web client here and set that as a startup project, run the TangyWeb_client, you will notice everything stays the same. We see the initial loading here, and once it renders the data, we have the same pages, which is counter and fetch data. Now again, this is a 10,000 feet overview of how everything works together with the WebAssembly and the Blazor server project. Our main focus for the next few sections will be the Blazor server, so let me set that as the startup project, and from the next video, let's get our hands dirty and start coding Blazor. For the first few sections, we will be working on the server application that we have. So you can ignore the Blazor WebAssembly application right here. Let's expand the server application. Inside the pages, we have the home page, which is index.razor. Before we start coding, let's understand on what exactly we have here. The first thing on the top here is the routing. Since it is just /, that will be the default home page of our application. Let me actually run the application. And perfect, we are on the home page. Next we have a tag here, which is page title, and that is what you see on title of the page here. Let me change this to index 1, save this and go back. The hot reload kicks in and you can see the title is updated. So this is a new component or tag that has been added with .NET 6. We will revert back and that looks good. Next we have an h1 tag and welcome to your new app. That is what we have on the screen. The last thing that we have on line 9 is a new component which is survey prompt, and there we are passing some value inside title. If we go to the UI, whatever we are passing in the title, that is what we see right here. Since Blazor is based on components, this will be a common flow. Now where exactly is this component that we are calling? That is inside the shared folder. You notice we have a survey prompt.razor. We have some HTML here and some C# code right here. I do not want to worry about that right now because I want to teach you how to build your own components before we understand what exactly is being done here. But you can see this is how we can call components. So that is the default home page in our application. Now in the next video, let's start by creating a new Razor component. Now we want to create a new page in our application. For that we will have to create a Razor component. So let's stop the application, and inside the pages folder, we can always create new subfolders to organize all the pages. Let me call this folder as Learn Blazor, and inside there we will create a new Razor component. When we have the Add tab here, you can see by default we have Razor page, controller, or a Razor component. When we are working with Blazor, what we want to add is a Razor component. So you can either go to New Item, and then in all of the templates, you can select Razor component, or we can select the shortcut that we saw before. The first component that we want to create, let's call that bind prop, where prop stands for property. So we will learn in this component how to bind properties in Blazor. The first question that you should ask here is how will we navigate to this new component that we added? We want to create that inside the navigation menu. So if we run the application, we want a new navigation menu right here. If you remember, what we have here is inside nav menu, which is inside the shared folder. So if you open that file, we have a nav tag, and inside there we have multiple divs with something called as nav link. But before we see the importance of nav link, let me copy this div and paste it one more time. Rather than using nav link, let's use an anchor tag and let's add an href. Now what will be the URL for bindprop.razor? That we will have to define using the page directive. We can say Learn Blazor, and inside there let's give it our name, which is bindprop. So then we can copy this, go back to the nav menu. We already have an href, so we don't need this. Let me paste that path right here, and we will change the link name here to bind properties. Since the application is already running, the edits that we made cannot be applied using hot reload. So we will have to stop and restart the application. We have the new bind prop here, and if we hover, we have the navigation on the top left. Let's click there, and perfect. We see our page is loaded. We just have an h3 tag, and that is being displayed here. So with that, you can see how easy routing is to get started to navigate to some page. Now this is also not case sensitive. Let me show that. So we have bind prop all lowercase. We will have to restart the application. And if we click bind prop here, you can see the URL is not case sensitive when it comes to hyperlink. But you might be wondering inside nav menu, why are we using navlink here when we can accomplish the same things with anchor tag? I will show you one thing that is different. Let's click on fetch data or any other tabs that we have here. You will notice that it remembers what exactly was selected. But when we click on bind prop, that does not happen. The reason behind that is active class parameter that is specified in CSS is applied when we are using navlink. In order to see that change, we can apply the navlink here instead of anchor tag. And let's go back, and then if we select bind prop, now you can see it applies the active class in the navigation. So that looks more cleaner as compared to just anchor tag. So with that change, we have added a new Blazor component in our application, and we added a navlink to navigate to that component. This is just the basics of routing, that we have the @page attribute and we define the route here. Inside the navlink, we can define that href and it will bind both of them. But there are more things when it comes to routing, but we will learn them as we proceed with the course. Our main focus is learning how to bind properties and what exactly is this code that is added on the page. Let's explore that in the next video. Whenever you are working with a web project, you typically have models, and in those models you have all the properties. So when we want to learn how to bind properties, we first need to create models. We can create those models directly inside our server project, but in a large-scale project, it is always good to have different projects for their responsibilities. So inside solution here, let me add a new project. This will be of the type class library. Let's select next here, and I will call this tangy_models. We will select .NET 6 and let's hit the create button. Let me remove this class here and let me create a new folder for Learn Blazor. I will call this Learn Blazor models. In there we will create our first model, so we will add a class file there, and I will call this demo_product because we are just adding these models to Learn Blazor. We will have to make this a public class, and in there we will add 3 properties. We will have ID, name of the product, and whether that product is active or not. So with that, our models looks good. We need to actually use these models inside our bind prop component. So that will be inside the pages folder of the server project. So we will have to add project reference for our models project. Now we want to create an object of the demo product class. But how will we do that? Because in an MVC application, we typically did that inside controllers. Inside a Razor page application, we did that inside the get handlers, and if it is a web form, we had the code behind file. How do we write C# code inside Razor components? We will do that inside this @code block. Inside there, we can write all of the C# code. So we want to create an object of the demo product class. So if we write demo_product, that will not be accessible because we need to write the complete path. So the complete path is inside tangy_models. We have Learn Blazor models. In there we have the demo product. Let me call this as product is equal to new, and in there we want to assign the values. So we will give that an ID of 1, name will be rose candle, and is active will be true. We have created a product object right here. how can we use that object inside the HTML block that we have on the top here? You can use that the same way that we did in an MVC application using the @directive. So let me display product here, and then we want to display name of the product, so we will use @directive, and we can directly use product right here because it is in the same code block. You can see that is accessible. If we click dot there, we have the name of the product. Let me copy this, add a BR tag, and paste it on the next line. Let me display the is active as well. So with this change, let's run the application. If we navigate to bind properties, perfect. We can see the name and is active is true. So what we see here is one-way data binding. One-way data binding is the process of rendering the view as per the values inside our model. With that basic introduction, let's continue from the next video. In the last video, we have learned one-way data binding. But how exactly can we prove that this is indeed a one-way data binding and not two-way data binding? Let's go to our model here and let me add one more property. I'll say prop double price. Let me stop the application. We go back to bind properties. Let me add price here. And let me give it 10.99. Let me close that. And then right here, let me add an input tag and give it a type of number. Value will be price of our model. So right here, we will use the @ symbol and we have product.price. Let's close the input tag and all the errors should go away. Let me display price here and let's run the application. If we go to bind properties, we can see the value right here. Along with that, let me also display price inside our block. So we'll say product.price. We'll add the BR tag. Let me save that and go back. Perfect, we see the price here and we have a text box to change that. So if we write anything else here, you will notice the actual price here is not changing. That proves that what we had here is one way. If you refresh the page, it just displays what is the price inside the model. But when you update something, it is not updating our model to reflect that change. So we bind the product with some values, and then even if we change it inside the UI, it is not reflected inside the original product model. Now you might be wondering, how can we convert this one-way data binding in two-way data binding? What that basically means is inside our text box, if we update the values here, then it should actually update our model or the object. Blazor has a solution. Rather than value here, we will be using @bind-value. When we do that, you can see the color changes now. This will actually bind the price and it will be a two-way binding with the use of Blazor. So if we save this, we will have to restart the application. And if we go to bind properties, change the value here, it still does not change. But if you click outside of the text box, then it is updated. While you are changing, it does not reflect, but as soon as you click outside, it updates the value. So it is two-way data binding, but the binding actually happens when you click somewhere else from the text box. Now the reason it only changes when we click outside is by default the two-way data binding is updated on the event which is on change. But we want to change that event. We want to update the two-way data binding as soon as any input is updated. Doing that is super simple as well. If we go back, we have to explicitly define that what event should trigger the bind value. So we will use the bind-value again, and then using a colon, we can define the event, and that event we want as on input. With that change, let's go back And now if we type anything, you can see on input it is changing the binding of the value. So price is updated as soon as we change some value now. So with that we have seen two things. First is how to bind the two-way data binding, and then how to change the event on which the binding is done. If you go to the Microsoft documentation, let me open that link here. There are multiple events that are supported here. If we scroll down, we have the bind, we have onClick, onChange, and if you scroll down, we should have a complete documentation for the event args right here. So you can see inside input, we have onChange and onInput. By default is the onChange, and we can explicitly define onInput that we saw in this video. Now we also have another way of two-way data binding. Let me copy and paste the price. If you do not want to use the bind value, you can just use the @bind. It will act the same, but you cannot have @bind, and then for the event, you cannot use the bind value. If you use bind, then both of them will have to be bind. With that, if we save the application, go back, we have the two price here, and then whatever we change, you can see it is updated in all the places. So that's all that we have to see with two-way data binding. I will comment the use of just bind, and I will be using bind value right now. So with that, let's continue from the next video. So let me switch back to the application and show you what exactly you need to build. We will go to the bind properties, and you have to add the new fields right here. First, you need to display this product is, and then you have to display active if the product is active. So previously we were displaying true or false here, but we want to see active and inactive right here. Next, we want to display the checkbox with the name of active, and if the value is active, this should be checked by default. If we toggle this, you will see it is changing the active as well as the product is inactive. So this is the functionality that you need to implement. If we go back to fetch data and come back to the bind properties, the default value is active, so the active flag is checked by default. So good luck with the assignment, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. If not, let's do that together. We have the isActive flag, and we want to add a checkbox for that. So right after the price here, we can display this product is, and we want to display if it is active or not. So that will depend on the value that we have inside the product.isActive flag. So if this is true, then we want to display that it is active, else we want to display it is inactive. And this will be active. We are just using ternary operator right here. Let me add some BR tags at the end here, and that looks good. Let's run the application and see this in action. Let's go to bind prop, and perfect, our product is active. That looks good. I'll just add a space there, and perfect. Next, we want a checkbox for the active field here, so we'll display active, and let's add input, give that a type of checkbox, and then again we will have the bind value. Now right now this is a little bit glitchy with the Visual Studio 2022. If you press enter here, it actually appends the bind value 2 times. So I'm hoping that will be fixed in future, but that is little annoying right now. So we want to bind the value which is inside product.isActive. Now you might be saying I forgot the @ sign here. That actually is not needed. You can be explicit about that, but that is not required. So if we go back to the browser, it displays the product is active, but the checkbox is not active. But our two-way data binding is actually working If we check and uncheck the checkbox, you will see the fields are changing. So the two-way data binding actually works, but we want on the page load, the active checkbox should be checked if the product is active. So if we go back here, where we have the isActive flag, we can add the checked property based on the isActive flag. So right here, we will say if product.isActive. In that case, we want to write checked, else we want to write null. So after colon, we will write null. Let me save that. And if we go back, perfect. If we refresh here, you can see it is active by default and the toggles are working as expected. Let me just add a BR to add that in a new line. And perfect. That looks good. So with that, we have seen how to bind checkboxes in Blazor. Now before we do anything, I want you to think about what exactly we are doing with Blazor. Previously, if we wanted such functionalities, we had to write JavaScript code in order to bind these values. But you can see with Blazor how we can get the dynamic rendering right out of the box. So that is pretty cool and fancy. With that, let's continue from the next video. Now let me stop the application and we will be adding one more model. Inside the Learn Blazor models, let's add a new class here. We will call this demo underscore product prop. That basically means product properties. Let's add that. We will make this a public class here. And we will add 3 properties in there. We will have ID and then string for key and value. Do not try to correlate this with something in real-world application. We just want to learn Blazor right now. So we just have one class here with 3 properties, and these are product properties. So inside product, we will have multiple product properties. So we'll say prop here, and we'll have an IEnumerable of the product prop. Let's call this product properties. So now what we can do is inside our bind properties, we can add those properties. So right here, let me hide this and I will configure the collection of properties inside our product object. I will add product properties is equal to new. We will have a list and we need the complete path. So we need Tangy models, Learn Blazor models. In there we have the class which is demo underscore product props. We will be adding 3 properties right there. We have color of black, flavor of rose jasmine, and size of 20 ounce. So now our model is getting a bit more complex because now it has a collection of the product properties. Then what if inside our view here or the UI, we want to display all of the properties in a drop-down? How do we do that? So right here we will display product properties and we need a drop-down, so we will have the select tag where we need to add all of the properties that we have. Then within the select tag, we want to display all the properties which will be options. We have for each, so we can use that. Within the HTML section with the help of @, we can use the C# code as well. This will be the same things that we do in an MVC or Razor application. So for each, we want to iterate through all the properties. Inside, we have product.product properties. So we'll say product.product properties. For each one of them, we want to add an option in our select tag. We will give that a value, so we'll use @prop.key. Now the actual value here will be inside prop.value, and that looks good. So with this change, let me run the application. Now we should see a select drop-down where we will have 3 properties based on the model that we have. So you can see we have black, rose jasmine, and 20 ounce. It will make more sense if the property will be key as well. So once we save that, perfect. Now we have color, flavor, and size. Let me just add a BR tag right here, and perfect. Now whatever selection we make here, we want to display that this property has been selected right here in the list that we have on top. So if we go back right here, we can say property selected, and we need to display the selection that user makes right here. We will first need a string to hold the property that has been selected. So inside the @ code here, we need to create one more property. So we will create private string selected prop, and we'll keep that empty. Now inside the select here, we can bind that string. Based on that, whatever selection is done, that will be populated inside the selected prop. So let me save this, go back. Once we have that, where we have selected property, we can display the selected prop, and that looks good. Let me add a BR tag, save that, and let's go back. So right now the selected property is empty. If we change that to flavor or size, you can see the change is being reflected right here. So with that, you can see how we can bind drop-downs. Also, if we refresh the page here, you will see the default selection is now empty. And the reason behind that is on select, now we have binded the selected property, and by default that is empty, even though we have the options right here. So inside the selected property, we can also display the value that has been selected. So we can have an if condition here, and we will display the value only if the selected property is not empty. So we can use string.isNull or white space. We will pass the string here, and we need the not sign. So if the selected property is not empty, then inside a paragraph we can display the property value. For that, we will have to use some complex link statements. So first we need to go to product.productProperties. We can use the first or default and use link operation to retrieve the entity where key is equal to the selected property. So that will retrieve the complete object. On that object, we just want to retrieve the value. Let me save that, go back, and then if we change flavor, perfect. You can see if we change the selected property, the value is also displayed and everything is coming as expected. We are learning the basic foundations in Blazor, but if we go back to our application, right here inside bind properties, you will see when we have to reference the models project and some of the models, we have to write the complete path right here. And that can be annoying because let's say in future you have 2 more subfolders, you do not want this every time. One alternative for that is we can have a using statement at the top. So if I remove the tangy models.learn Blazor models, we have the error here. But if we go back after the page, we can add a using statement, and that will be added on this page. So now this tangy models.learn Blazor models is not needed. We can directly access it using demo_product prop. And same will be applicable for product as well because it is in the same location. This looks much cleaner. But let's say this models project that we have and this folder we will be using in multiple places across our website. Then rather than adding using statement in all the pages, we can cut this from here and we can add that directly inside the global imports, which is _imports.razor. Once we add it there, it will be accessible in all of the components. So if we scroll down, you can see we no longer have that error even though we removed the using statement. Let's run the application and make sure everything still works. Let's go to bind prop and perfect. Let me just organize what we have right here. Let me create a main div, give it a bootstrap classes of row and border, and I will cut that and paste it, and we will cover that Let's go back. That looks good. Let me also add padding of 2. And that looks good. We have the product right here. I'll do padding 3 here. Let me add an horizontal line. And perfect. That looks good for the product summary. So I will just call this product summary. We will give that a bootstrap class, and perfect. What we have at the bottom is a playground to toggle some of the fields here, so we can call that as product playground. So right here, let me add another div, give it a bootstrap classes of row and border with padding of 3. Cut that and we'll paste it right here. Actually, let me paste that div after the commented price. That looks good. We can go back and perfect. Let's organize this a little bit more. Let me copy this h3 tag, paste it here for product playground, and we'll enclose all of these properties in its own div tag. And that looks good. Let me go back and perfect. We can add some padding if you want, but this looks good. In order to align everything, we'll press Ctrl A, Ctrl KD, and that will format everything that we have right here. Now I have seen the formatting is not perfect, but it looks good enough. Before I end this video, I want to make sure that I put them side by side. So rather than row here, I'll make them column 6, both of them. And I'll have to add a parent div wrapper. So I'll add a div here, give it a bootstrap class of row, and we'll close the div at the end. Let me save this, and that looks much better. Let me cut the playground and put that on the left side. Perfect. So now we can change some details here and we'll be able to see the product summary. What we have on top here is individual product. So let me add an h2 here, give it a bootstrap class of text success, and I will call that individual product. That looks good. Now in the next video, let's work on a collection of product. Now that our individual product is looking good, let's work on actually a collection or list of products. So let me stop the application here and let me go to the model that we have, which is demo product. Right here we have an IEnumerable. Let me simplify that and just use a list. That way we do not need the conversion. Then inside bind properties, now we need a list of products. Similar to the demo product that we have, we will create a list of demo product. We will have list of demo product. Let me call that products is equal to new list. Now if you want right here, you can add objects to the list that we are creating, but I do not want to do that. If you remember, inside the code behind file, we used to initialize the objects, or even in an MVC application, we have constructors where we can initialize values and assign them. How can we do the same things in Blazor? Right here we are declaring and initializing the list, but it is an empty list. What we want to do is assign products to this list once the page is loaded. In Blazor we have different life cycles for that. The first life cycle that I want to introduce you is the most common one, which is once the component is initialized. And all of the code we will write within the code block. So here if we say protected, we need to override the default method, and as soon as you do that, you will see list of all the methods that are available. One that we are most interested in is onInitialized. This method is ready when the component is ready to start, and it will receive the initial parameters from parent in the rendering tree. We are not passing any parameters to this component, so let's ignore that piece for now. This will be the first method that will be called, so we can override that. Now there are two versions of this method. One is initialized, and then we have initialized async as well. If you have async implementations, you can use the async method, but for now, let's get started with the simple one, which is onInitialized. Inside this method, we want to add more products here. Rather than typing all of that bulky code, I have provided snippets for the course. If you have not downloaded them, you can go to .NET Mastery, inside course details, make sure to download all the snippets. Once you extract that, inside the snippets folder, we are in section 3 right now, we have the product list. So if I open that, I have the basic syntax here where we are adding 2 products. So let me cut that. I have used the same name as products. We will paste that inside the onInitialized. If you have used a different name, you will have to change that. But we are not doing anything complex. We are just adding 2 products in our list with some of the properties in each one of them. We have flavor, size, and color. Once we have added the list of products and we have assigned 2 products to that, let's continue in our next video where I will give you your next assignment. Let me switch back to the browser and show you what you need to build for your next assignment. We have the individual product on top right here. The section that I want you to work on is this product table. Based on the list of product that we have, I want you guys to display few things. First, I want you to display the product name, price, and the is active in a table format, and all of them will be editable fields. So if a user directly comes here and edits something, the product summary at the bottom should be updated. So you can see if we change price here, or even the checkbox, we toggle the active-inactive flag. We need to display the product name, inside brackets here the price, and we will display is active or inactive. This will be a quick recap so you can practice how bind property works together. So good luck with the assignment, and I will show you the solution in the next video. I just want to tell you one thing here. Inside the product list where we were creating or adding products, I forgot to add price. So just make sure to add a default price to the products so you can use them right here. So good luck with the assignment. Let's go back to our application and implement the assignment. Inside the bind prop, we need to display the product table. So let me minimize everything else that we have here. And then if you notice, this plus minus is not aligned properly because this div is the closing div right here and everything is within the row. But it is not aligned properly. That might be fixed in the future release. So ignore that or try to work around that. We know before the ending div, we will have to add a div, give it a class of column12. And inside there, we can use another h2 tag to display product table. Let's run the application and see how this looks. Let's go to bind prop, and perfect, we have the product table. Let me add some space here, so padding top of 4, and that looks good. Now let's display the table right here. So for that, we will use the table tag, give it some bootstrap classes of table and table striped. You can add thead here to add the headers, but tbody is sufficient for the body that we want. Inside tbody, we will have tr tags, but we can use a for each loop since we will have to iterate through all the products. So we will have the C# code with the @ sign here, and we'll say variable prod inside the products. That is the name of the list that we have right here. So for each of the product, we want to display a table row. In there, we want a TD, which will be the cell, and there we want the input field for its properties. So we will say input type is equal to text. We will have to bind the value. So we will bind that to prod.name. Now when we are binding, we can also change the default bind event. So that will be bind value and we want to bind the event which is on input. We don't want the default on change, so that looks good. We have a spelling mistake here. Let me fix that, and perfect. Once we save this, if we go back, it should display the two properties that we have. We will have to restart the application, so let me do that. And perfect. That looks good. Let me copy this and paste it one more time here. Next property that we want is prod dot. We have the price, and we will also need the isActive flag. We do not need the event with isActive, so we can remove that. In order to bind that checkbox, we will toggle the checked property based on the isActive flag of the current product that we are iterating on. Let me save this, go back, and we do not see the price here. Let's scroll down. I believe I forgot to add the price there, so let me copy and paste that in both the products. And if we save it and go back, you will see we have the check here, but the price is not reflected. That is because the value will not be re-rendered, so we will have to refresh, and at that point we will see the change in action. Last, we need the checkbox, so we have a mistake there. Input type will be checkbox. Let me save that, and perfect. Our product table is looking good. Based on the product table, we need to display the product summary as well. So let me go back to the application. After the product table, inside the same column 12, we can have another h2 tag, and we will call this product summary. I will add some space before that, and we need the for each loop one more time. So let me copy this for each loop, paste it here, but this time we do not need the tr tags inside there. We just want to display a paragraph with the summary, so we want to display product.name. Inside brackets here, let me display the price, which is product.price is, and then we want to display if that is active or not. So @, and we'll say if prod.isActive, then we want to display active, else we want to display inactive. Let's save that, go back, and if we scroll down, perfect, we have the product summary now. If we change anything here, you can see it is updating the summary as well. So with that, everything is working good, and I hope you were able to complete this assignment. We just completed one assignment, but I have another assignment for you guys. Let me switch back to the website and show you what you need to build. Inside the navigation, now we have a new tab, which is Demo Product. When we click there, it takes us to Learn Blazor Demo Product. That will be the URL for this Blazor component. Inside the bind prop, we had two products. We are using that same model, so inside the new component, you will have to create a list of product, and then you'll have to add two products in that list. You just need to display all the products in that list inside this page. We have the product ID here, product name, and then a checkbox to show properties. This is actually the isActive flag. So if that flag is active, we will display all the product properties. If we uncheck that, then that should go away. So that is the functionality that you will have to build and bind the property. There are also two buttons, edit and delete, but these buttons do not do anything right now. So just make sure to add these two buttons at the end, and with that the assignment should be completed. And that's all that you have to do in this assignment. So good luck with the assignment, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you were able to finish the assignment of adding new tab and the page as needed, but let's do that together. Let me stop the application here, and we will go to Nav menu, where we have the navigation. We will have to add one more link here, and I will call that Demo Product. The href here, we will also change that to demo product as well. And if you notice, when we scroll up, if it is just one page, we do not require the forward slash, so we can remove that as well. So with that, the navigation looks good. We need to create that Blazor component. So inside pages, we need to directly create demo product. But since that is only needed to learn Blazor, I think it will make more sense if we have that inside Learn Blazor like that. So let's go to Solution, inside Learn Blazor, let's add a new Blazor component. I will call that demo product and let's add that. First thing first, we need to have the @page directive and we need to give path. We can go to nav menu, copy this path and paste it right here. Now I want to show you one thing. Even though our Blazor component is inside the Learn Blazor folder, it does not mean that this is the route that is needed. We can of course give it just the route of demo product and do the same inside nav menu if we want. So do not think that route is dependent on the actual folder placement like we had inside the Blazor Pages project in .NET Core. This is not the same. Route is completely optional on what you want to give inside the @page directive. Model for this page will be a list of product. So if we go to bind properties, we had that right here. Bind prop, if we scroll down here, we have the list of product and on initialized, we are assigning the values. Let me copy both of them and I will paste that inside the @code block. So we have the list of product and we have the on initialized where we are initializing both the product. We will have h2 here, give it a bootstrap class of text primary, and then we will have div with some bootstrap classes and a background color. Inside there, I will add another div, give it a class of row, and then we need a for each loop to iterate through all the products because we want to display them inside a column format. So first thing first, we will have a for each to iterate through all the product. So variable prod in products, exactly same like we have inside the bind properties. But this time we will have a div, give it a class of bg light, border, padding 2, and column 5. Inside that div, we want to give an h4 element, give it a bootstrap class of text secondary, and we want to display the product ID that will be inside prod.id. In the next line here, we can display product name. Then we want a checkbox that will toggle the properties that needs to be displayed. So we will call this show properties and we will have an input type of checkbox. We need to bind that, so we'll say bind hyphen value. We will bind that to prod.isActive. We also need to make sure the checked property is selected properly. So we'll have checked is equal to Blazor code and we can check prod.isActive. If that is active, then we want to mark as checked, else it will be null, so we will use ternary operator. Perfect, that looks good for the input tag. Let me close that. We will add double quotes here and that looks good. Let's run the application and see what we have so far. We'll click the demo product and perfect, that looks good. Instead of padding here, we can go back and give that margin of 1. That looks much better. Lastly, based on the toggle here, we want to show and hide their properties. So after the checkbox here, we will have an if condition and we can check if prod.isActive. If this product is active, then we want to display all of their properties inside the property list that we have. So we'll have another for each loop and we'll say variable prod prop inside prod dot. We have the product properties. We will iterate through all of them. Here we just want to display the prod prop dot key and what is the value. So prod prop dot value. Let me save this, go back, and perfect. Now when we toggle, you can see it is hiding those properties. So that looks good. Last thing that remains in our assignment is to add two buttons. So I will add a line there, and I will have two input type of buttons, BTN danger, BTN success, edit and delete buttons. Let's go back, and perfect. That looks good. So with that, our assignment comes to an end, but we are just getting started with the components. Let's continue with that from the next video. I have said that many times that Blazor is based on components, but we have not exactly seen a component and consume that inside another component. We will do that inside the demo product. Right here you can see we have edit and delete buttons. Let's say these buttons are common and we will be using in multiple places in our application. So it will make sense to create them in a component and then use them in all the places rather than writing the same piece of code every time. So let me stop the application here, and we need to put these buttons in a component by itself. How do we create those and where will we create them? Typically in an application, the components that you have, I like to put them inside the shared folder. That way they will be shared components. But since we are learning Blazor, inside the Learn Blazor folder, let's create a new folder to hold the components. We will call this Learn Blazor Components. Inside that folder, we will right-click and add a Razor component. These components are similar to partial views. If you have worked with MVC application or Razor pages, partial views are typically views that are consumed inside some other views. Same thing will happen in this component. In order to easily differentiate, we will add an underscore and we will say edit delete button. Let's add that component. Now typically when we add a Razor component, we define the path by using the @page directive at the top. But in this component, we will not add any page directive, because this component will be consumed in other components and this component cannot be accessed directly from the website using a routable path. So that is why we do not need any page directive, and for such components we will name them with an underscore so we can easily differentiate between routable components and non-routable or shared components. Now what is it that we want inside this component? We just want the edit and delete buttons, so we can cut that from the demo product and we will paste them right here. We do not need any @code piece, just the two static buttons. So that looks good for our component. But how can we actually consume that component inside the demo product.razor? Let me close the other pages that we have open. We don't need them right now. And perfect. So we need to call this component right here after the BR tag. In order to do that, we need the complete path to that component from our project. So first thing that we have is inside TangyWeb_server, we have a folder with the name of pages. In there we have Learn Blazor component, and then the underscore edit delete button. You can see Visual Studio is smart enough and it is already showing us that in the IntelliSense. So let me select that and we will have to add a closing tag. Within this we do not need to pass any parameters, but we just have called that component right here on the page. If we run the application, the output will still be the same because we will be displaying that edit and delete button. So if we go on demo product, perfect, the buttons are there, but this time we do not have the buttons directly in the Razor component. We are calling a new shared component. So that is how you can divide or break your code into multiple components. But this was just to get started. We will be building more meaningful components down the road. Now all the shared components will be in one location, which is Learn Blazor components for now. So we can add a global using statement here. Let me copy this and go to the underscore imports.razor. We will add a using statement for the Learn Blazor component. Let's go back to the demo product. Now we do not need this anymore because that is already included inside the underscore imports. Let's go back and the application still looks the same. So with that, we have created our first shared component and saw how we can consume that inside another component. Right now, we just have a basic component that is not doing anything at all. Let's say we want to pass some property here, and based on that, we want to display the edit and delete button. So basically what we will do is if a product is active, then we want to display the edit or delete button. If the product is not active, then we do not want to display the edit or delete button. That basically means that we will have to pass this value as a parameter to our component. But before we pass that to our component, we need to make sure that our component is actually able to accept that as a parameter. How will we do that? First thing that we have to do is inside the @code block, we need to create a property. We know the isActive will be Boolean, so let's create Boolean and we'll call that isActive. We will have the getter and setter. Once we do that, then we can consume that property. We will have if condition. If that is active, only then we want to display the buttons that we have. That looks good here. If we go to our demo product, we need to pass that as a parameter. So right here, we will pass isActive is equal to, that is inside @prod.isActive. So we are passing the isActive property as a parameter here. Inside the edit razor component, we are fetching that and we are using to toggle the buttons. But there is one thing that is missing right here. If in a shared component a property is being passed as a parameter from the parent component, then we need to attribute this property with the tag of parameter. If you do not add this, then it won't work. Once you add a parameter attribute here, the component knows that this particular property will be passed as a component parameter when it will be called. So with that change, let's run the application. Let's go to our demo product and perfect. The show properties is enabled, so it displays the edit and delete. If we hide that, it goes away. So perfect. With that, we have seen how to pass properties to a shared component. We have learned how to create shared components and how to pass properties to those components. In our existing project, we have two products on the demo product page. I want you to create a component of individual product for both of these components. So what will happen is if we go back to the code, inside the demo product, whatever logic that we have inside the for each loop, I want you to move that to an individual component, which will be a shared component, and call that component right here. So you might have to pass the product as a parameter and do the needful. Everything should still work the same as it does right now. But inside the for each loop, there should be just one tag, which is that shared component. So good luck with that assignment, and I'll show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you were able to create the new component. Let's do that together if you faced any issue. Inside the Learn Blazor component, we will add a razor component. I will call that underscore individual product, and let me add that. Let me close the edit delete. We have the demo product. Let me cut everything that we have in the for each loop and paste it right here. Inside the code block, we will create an object of product demo that we will accept as a parameter. So make sure to add that attribute, and rather than prod here, we will replace that with product. With that, our shared component looks great. Let's go to our demo product here, and we need to call the individual product component And as the parameter, you can see inside IntelliSense it displays that a product is expected. That is because we have added this parameter right here. So that product is inside the prod variable, and that looks good. That's all that we had to do to move the individual product in its own component. Let's run the application. Let's go to demo product, and perfect. Everything is working as expected. We have moved individual product to its own components. Let's make something fancy. Let me switch back to the application here, and where we have individual product, let me go there. After the H4 here, let me add to favorite, and add an input tag here. Give it a type of checkbox. We'll keep things pretty simple. Let me save this and go back to the application. Let me add a BR here, and that looks good. Now when someone clicks on add to favorite, let's say they have favorited both of the product, we want to display on the top here how many products are there in the favorites. Let me just go back and actually move the checkbox before the text here, and let me add another BR. Perfect. That looks much better. So based on the number of products that are added to favorites, we will have to display the counter at the root level, which is the demo product page. So on this page, we will first need a variable here that will hold the number of products that we have in our favorites. So inside the @code block, we will add a private int, and I will call this selected favorite count. We will have the getter and setter, and default we will set that to be 0. Next thing, if we go back, we need a method that will increment and decrement that counter. So we will implement that method after the onInitialized right here. Let me call that protected void, and I will call this our favorite count update. And here we just need the parameter of is selected. So if that is selected to be favorite, we will increment the counter. If that is deselected, we will decrement the counter. So if and then is selected is true, then we can increment the selected favorite count. In the else part, we can just decrement that. So with that, we have a method here that needs to be invoked every time this checkbox is toggled. And we have a count here that we can display at the top after the demo product. So inside a paragraph tag, we can display favorites total, and this will be inside selected favorite count. So let me save the application, go back, and that is 0. But now if we check or uncheck the add to favorite, nothing happens because the method is not invoked. And this favorite count update should be invoked from the child component, which is individual product. So now the main question that we have is how to invoke a method of parent component from an action inside the child component. And for that we have something called as event callback. Let me walk you through that in the next video. In this video, we will learn event callback. Make sure to stop the application here, and the first thing that we will work on is inside individual product. Right here we have the checkbox, and when this checkbox is toggled, we need to call this favorite count update method. So our child component will be calling a function or method inside the parent component on some change event on the checkbox. So first we need to capture the event that happens when the checkbox is toggled. So right here we have an event which is onChange. So onChange we want to call a method, and let me call that as favorite updated. Next we need to implement this method inside the @code right here. We will make that an async method, so we will have private async task, and the method name, let me copy that, favorite updated. We will receive the parameter here because it is an onChange event, so you can see the type of parameter that we will receive is change event args. So we will receive the change event args here. Let me call that as E. And what should happen inside this method is the next question. Inside this method, we actually want to invoke the parent method, which is favorite count update. But we need to link both of them together because directly inside the individual product, it cannot access the demo product method. We need to pass the parent method as a parameter and capture it here as a callback. So first we need to pass that method as a parameter from the parent component. Right here we will have to create that. We will call that as onFavoriteUpdated, and what we need to actually pass here is the favorite count update method. So that looks good. We are passing this to the individual product. So now in the individual product we can capture that. When we are passing any property, you remember we use the parameter tag. That way it knows that that property will be passed from the parent component. We are passing a callback method here. So again, we must use the parameter here. And this time, type of the property will be event callback. So we will say public, and the type I said before is event callback. And with event callback, we need to define what will be the type here. If we go back to the method, you can see it expects a boolean. So we will have boolean as the return type. We will have to give this a meaningful name. So let me call this onFavoriteSelection, and we will have the getter and setter. This event callback is displaying an error because the b will be lowercase. That should solve the error. And perfect. You can see we have the event callback defined right here. So onFavoriteSelection will basically have the method which is favoriteCountUpdate. So we just need to invoke that method from the child component. So we'll say await here, and inside the favoriteUpdated, we want to get the onFavoriteSelection, and we want to invoke that method. For that, we have something called as invoke async, and that will actually invoke the method. But when we invoke that method, we need to pass the parameter, which is boolean is selected or not. So inside the child component, we need to pass that as a parameter. We will have that inside the change event args, we have e.value. Now when we retrieve the e.value, we will have to explicitly convert that to boolean, and that will work. So with that change, let's run the application and see event callback in action. This time when we click on the demo product, we will see an error message. We can see an unhandled exception has occurred. If we hit this reload link, it will display the error message. And it displays that individual product does not have a matching property of the name onFavoriteUpdated. Let's go back to the application. Let's go to demo product. Here we are passing the onFavoriteUpdated as a parameter to individual product. When we go to individual product here, the name that we have given to our event callback is not the same, because of which when it tries to bind that, it is not able to do the binding successfully. So I wanted to show you that any parameter that you pass here, when you receive that parameter, you must give them the same name. If you give them a different name, then it will not work. So with that change, we will have to restart the application. We have some error. Of course, we need to change when we invoke the method as well. And let's run the application. These are small things that you will learn when you encounter when you work more and more with Blazor. Now when we click on add to favorite, you can see the favorite total is also getting updated. So perfect. With that, we have seen event callback in action. But before I wrap up this video, let me walk you through on what we did in this video one more time. Inside the individual product, we have an onChange event, and that is invoking the favoriteUpdated method right here. This child component had to invoke the method of the parent component, which is favoriteCountUpdate. So we passed that method as a parameter with the name of onFavoriteUpdated. This parameter that we are passing to the individual component, we will capture that as a parameter with the type of event callback and the return type we defined as Boolean. Inside the child component, we have to give it the same name which we are passing as a property from the parent component. After that, in the child component, when the checkbox is toggled, we are actually calling the parent component method by calling invoke async on the event callback, and we pass the parameter that are needed for that method. This is how everything comes together when you need to invoke the methods of a parent component from the child component. Event callback can be tricky to understand at first because there is quite a few steps that are getting involved here, and that's why I have the next assignment. Let me walk you through that in the next video. Let me switch to the application and show you what exactly you need to do for this assignment. We will go to our demo product, and just like we have the favorite tutorial, I have added a new property here which is last selected product. This will be toggled when we click on any of the product. It will be applied on click event on the div that we have. So if we click on the div, you will notice it displays last selected product and the name of the product. So if you change it, that will be toggled. When we were working with checkbox, we had the onChange event. But when we are working with the div here, this will be an onClick event. Based on that, you will also have the arguments. When we had onChange, we had the change event args in the method, but this time you will have something different, which will be mouse event args. We do not want to play with the arguments, but what we have to do is based on the click, we have to display the product name. So this will be a little tricky because now you need to pass parameters to the function. I want you guys to give this a try and even Google on how to do that. Because sometimes in real world when you have situations, it is best if you Google and find the answer. So good luck with the assignment, and let's continue from the next video. We have to implement the last selected product for our assignment. So let me go back to the application, and we will work with the individual product as well as demo product. Inside demo product, we need to create a new variable to hold the last selected product name. So that will be private string last selected product name. We will have the getter and setter. We need to create a method as well, so we can copy one of the method which is favorite count update. Here we will not receive a boolean, we will rather receive name of the product that user selected. So I will call this product name. What we need to do in this function is pretty simple. We just need to update the last selected product name with our product name that we get as parameter. We need to pass this to our Razor component. So right here, we will name it on last selected product change is equal to, and we will pass our function. We need to change this name as well. I will call that selected product update. Let me copy that and we will paste it here. So we are passing that to the child component. We need to create or accept this as a callback in the child component. So I will copy the on last selected product change, go back to our child component. Next we need a parameter, and this will be event callback again. The return type will not be boolean, this will be string. Let me paste the name here to be consistent. We will have to paste the name, and we will have the getter and setter. Then based on the selection, we need a function or method as well. So we can copy the favorite updated here, and we will call this last selected product. And if you notice here, we have the change event args when we were working on change. But now we want to work on click of the div that we have. So right here, we will be adding an on click event, and we need to pass our function. When you go on click, you notice we have mouse event args and not change event args. So inside the parameter here, we will receive an object of mouse event args. then mouse event args will not give us that what is the product name that was selected. So for that, along with mouse event args, we also need to explicitly pass the string value of the product that was selected. So we can pass the string name. Let me copy the last selected product and paste it inside onClick. Now here in the parameter, you cannot just say product.name. That will not work. If you need to pass parameters, you will have to call this method in a different way. So we will have the arguments here and we'll use the arrow function. In IntelliSense, it shows that this will create a callback for the provided receiver and callback. And this will be for event callback. So right here, we will paste the function name that we need to pass. And you can see once we do that in IntelliSense, it already displays that there will be a mouse event args, the first parameter, and the next expected parameter is the name. So mouse event args is inside the args right here. So we will pass that. And next thing that we want to pass here is name of the product. So we can pass it like that. Once we save it, we will have to stop the application. But this way we can pass the parameters if we have to on click or any other event. Once we do that, inside the function here, we need to invoke the callback. That is on last selected product change. Let's invoke that. We do not want any boolean values. We just need to pass name and we do not even need any explicit conversion. And since this will always be a string, we do not have to explicitly convert that. So with that change, I believe individual product looks good. Let me go to the demo product and make sure our function here looks good. We have the new property. We just need to display that on top. So inside paragraph, we can display last selected product, and that is inside the last selected product name variable. Let me just copy and paste it here. That looks good. Let's run the application and make sure everything works. Let's go to our demo product, and we have last selected product is empty. When we click on the div here, perfect, we get the name. So that functionality is working as expected. I hope you were able to complete this assignment. Let's continue in the next video. Next topic that we want to learn is render fragment. And for that we will have to create a new Blazor component and we will add a new tab right here. So let me stop the application and close all the tabs that we have. Go back to Solution Explorer and we need the navigation, which is nav menu. Let me copy div and create a new link here. The default path for that will be Learn Blazor, and let me call this parent component. Link name will be parent child relation. Once we do that, let's create that component. Let me copy the link here that we have and we'll go back inside the Learn Blazor. We will add that Blazor component. Name will be parent component. Let's add that. This component is a routable component, so we need to add the @page directive and paste the navigation URL. That looks good. Next component that we want is a child component. That will be the child component of this parent Blazor component. So for all of the components that are not routable components, we are placing them inside the Learn Blazor component. So let's add that right here. We will use underscore since this is not a routable component, and we will say underscore child component. Inside the child component, we will add a div, and within there we will add another div. Give that a bootstrap class of alert and alert info. Inside there we want to display title of the child component. But this title we want to retrieve it as a parameter from the parent component when this child component is invoked. So inside code, we will have to add a parameter here, and this parameter will be string. Let's call that as title. Once we retrieve that as a parameter, we can display that right here. So we'll just add the @ before title. This is nothing new so far. Let's go to our parent component here and let's invoke the child component. So right here we will have underscore child component. We need to pass the title here. We will have title as this title is passed as parameter from parent component. Let me just save this and run the application. This time we will just see an alert inside the parent child. Perfect. We see the parent component and we also have underscore child component. We do not need that h3. Let's remove that and perfect. So rather than parent component, we can just say parent child relation here as the title, and that looks good. So right now to our child component, we are passing the title as parameter. But then sometimes what happens is when we have a tag like this, we can always pass some content between the tag. What if we want to capture some content that is between the tag here and use that in the child component? So rather than some dummy text, let me just type here render fragment from parent. We get an exception because we are passing some content here, but inside the child component we are not expecting any content. So first we need to capture the content that is between the starting and closing tag of the child component. To accept that, we again need the parameter tag, but this time the type will not be string. The type will be something called as render fragment. This basically means that whatever we have between the starting and closing tag will be captured in this render fragment. We can name this child content and we can extract and use that inside the HTML of child component. So after the div with alert info, I can add another div, give it class of alert and alert success, and between that div we can check if there is any child content. So inside if, we can check if child content is not null. In that case, we want to display the render fragment. So inside a span tag here, we can just display the child content. Let me save this and let me run the application. If we click on parent child here, perfect, we see the render fragment from parent. So if we go back to the parent component, we can see how that works. But let's say we have another child component here. We don't have any parameters here. We don't have anything to render there. And title, we will just say this is second child component. Let's go back and see what happens. You can see it displays the second child component, but there is no data that is displayed in the second alert. We can of course fix that. If we move this div inside the if block, then the green line will not be visible. But in the else part here, we can also say that if there is no child content, let's display some default content. So in that case, we can display hello from empty render fragment. Let's save that and perfect. So you can see the basics of render fragment. If you add some content between the starting and closing tag, how you can extract them and use that inside the child component. With that, let's continue from the next video. Now I want to show you one more scenario. Let me switch back to the application here. Inside the child component here, let me add a button, give it some bootstrap classes of btn danger, and then we will add an onClick event on there. On that, we want to trigger a method with the name of onButtonClick, and let me just display here button to be clicked. What we want to do is on click of this button, we want to invoke a method from the parent component. That sounds familiar, right? That is exactly what we did with event callback. So inside the code here, let me do prop, add a string here with the name of message text, and we'll just set that to be empty. Next, we want to add the method here, which will be private void show message. And once that method is invoked, we just want to update the message text that we have here. And we will update the message text to tangy button clicked from child component. What we used to do is we used to pass the show method to the child component, so let's do that as well. But this time we can use a different name. If we go back, we have the on button click. Let's use the same name. On button click is equal to, we will pass our show message right there. Then if we go to the child component, we need to accept that as a parameter. So let's do that. And the type here will be public event callback. What will be the return type? We don't want anything to be returned right now, so we can keep that as empty. And then the name will be same, which is on button click. We will have the getter and setter. With that in place, let's try to run the application and see what happens. We forgot one thing. If we go back to the code while the application loads here, whatever we have in the message text, we need to display that. So after the child component here, let me display that. We will save that and let's go back to the parent-child relation. We have button because we have two components. Let's click any one of the button. And perfect, you can see the text message right here. Now you might be thinking that why we did not create a new method inside the child component like we did inside the other page, which was individual product. Right here, we created other methods and then we binded that by calling invoke async. The reason we did not do that is what can happen is right here, we are passing the name. We need to pass that name to the invoked method. And what if you needed more functionalities in this method? Then this approach makes more sense. The approach that we just have in the child component is pretty simple. Whenever a button is clicked, we directly want to invoke the method of parent component without any parameters from the child component. So that could be done in a much simpler way as we have seen in this video. With that, let's continue from the next video. Now that we have seen the render fragment, let me switch back to the application. And the way this render fragment is working is inside the parent component. We have added that directly inside the child component tag. And if we go to the child component, we have the render fragment with the name of child content. So rather than writing it directly, you can also write that within the tag of child content, since that is the name that we have given. If you make that change and save this and go back, things will still be the same. So this is just another way if you want to be explicit about the tag or render fragment. Then let me just comment out this child component. We won't need that, just to make things much clearer. Perfect, that looks good. If we go back to the child component, we have one render fragment. What if we have another render fragment? We will give that a name of danger child content. How will that work? Inside the parent component now, we can have another tag inside the child component, which will be danger child content. Between the tags here, we will say danger content from render fragment. That looks good. Once we add this to the parent component, inside the child content, we can use that danger child content right here. So let me wrap this in another if condition. We can check if the danger child content is not null. Then we want to display that. In the else part, we want to check the child content and so on. So if the danger child content is not null, we will give that a higher priority and we will display the danger child content. Let me save that and go back. Perfect. This time you see we have the danger content as compared to the child content. So you can be fancy about what needs to be done, but the main focus is to show you that there can be multiple render fragments inside a tag. Now of course, if you comment out the danger child content and if we go back, this time the text will be updated to render fragment from parent. Also with these changes, you will have to manually refresh the screen, because hot reload will not work. If we go back and if I uncomment this and if I save this and go back, you can see the danger content is visible. But if I comment it back again, save that and go back, that will not reload. even though the check happened, that did not work. So if I refresh, now you see the change in action. So perfect. With that, we know multiple render fragments and how to toggle them. Based on your requirement, you will have completely new requirement for render fragment. But as long as you know the basics, that is what matters the most. With that basic foundation, let's continue in the next video. Now it's time for your next assignment. We have practiced render fragment. What I want you guys to do is inside the demo product, I want to display the render fragment from parent in both the individual component. So I want you to pass two fragments with the name of first fragment and second fragment, and they both will have values of #1 and #2 from the main demo product page to the individual product component, capture them there and display them like I have right here. So good luck with that assignment, and I will show you the solution in the next video. So let's implement what we have to do in our assignment. We will close all the tabs here and we will open the individual product as well as demo product. Where we have the individual product, we will be passing two render fragments right here. Let's create them first inside the individual product. I will name them first fragment and second fragment, and both of them will be of type render fragment. If we scroll up after the name here, we want to display in a paragraph both the render fragment. So we can say rf from parent, and we want to just display both the values here. So we'll have the first fragment, add a space, and we have the second fragment. That's all that we have to do inside the individual product. Now inside the demo product, which is the parent component, we need to pass the first fragment, and this will be #1. Next we need to pass the second fragment, and this will be #2. Let's save this and run the application. Let's navigate to the demo product here, and perfect. We have render fragment in action. With that, let's continue from the next video. Now I want to introduce another scenario. Let me close all the tabs here, and inside the Learn Blazor component where we have the child component, let me add another child component. So razor component, and I will call this another child component. Let's add that. Inside there we will add a div and add an h4 tag with some bootstrap classes of text primary, padding top 3, and we will display another child component. After that, I will add an input tag with the ID of name, and we'll have a placeholder. I'll just say enter your name. Then inside our parent component, let's invoke that. So we have the parent component, not the underscore host. Let me close that. After the message, let me invoke underscore another child component, and we need to pass another child component. Let's run our application with that change. Let's go to the parent child, and perfect, we see enter your name. Let me just go back real quick, and I will just call this name temp. That way I do not get any autocomplete. Now what if we want to overwrite the placeholder that you see here, which is enter your name, and we want to overwrite that from the parent component? How can we do that? Let's try one thing here. Let's go back to the application. Let me copy the placeholder here, go to the parent component, and add that as a property like this. Once we do that, we get an error here. If we rerun the application, we will get an error when we try to access that page. So we see that error. Let's reload, and perfect. Right here, you see the another child component does not have a matching property. This error message we have seen before, and it is pretty easy to fix. We just go to our child component, and right here we will extract a parameter. This will be a property of string, and we'll call this placeholder. Let's stop and rerun the application. We have an error there. Let me fix the spelling and run the application. If we go to parent child, that loads. Let me try to change the placeholder here. I will call this placeholder from parent. And then if you notice this is a different color, let's go to the another component. And right here we have a capital P. Let's make sure that is the same here. Once you make it capital, now it recognizes that parameter. So we are passing a placeholder from parent, and inside the component we want to use that placeholder. So with that change, let's go back. And perfect. Now we see the placeholder from parent takes preference. If you want, you can set a default here like initial text. And if we save that, it will still display the placeholder from parent. We forgot the semicolon. Let's restart the application. After this change, it will still display the parent placeholder because even though you have something local, whatever you are passing here will overwrite what we have in local. But if you go back and if you remove this placeholder, then the initial text will be visible. We'll have to refresh the application, and perfect. That looks good. So with that, you can see how placeholders can be toggled. Now this is for just one property. What if you have multiple properties that you want to toggle? Like let's say we have two more parameters which is required and max length of 10 by default. We can add those to our input for required and max length. Let me save this, and if we go back, by default we will have the 10 characters now. So if we try to type more than that, it should not work. It is working. Let me just refresh for them to kick in. And that looks good. We cannot type more than 10 characters. If we examine the input here, you can see max length is 10 and required is also set. We can override them from the parent component as well. Make sure it is of the same case. We have max length here. We can set that to 5. Let's examine that one more time here. This time the max length is 5. So whatever you provide as a parameter will override what you have inside the default values. That looks great, but this can be much tedious because right now we just have 3 properties. What if we want to do this for multiple properties? And that will become too lengthy and messy super quick. So that is one problem that we have right now. In order to fix that, we will use something called as attribute splatting. Let's see that in the next video. Right now what we did with the parameter looks good, but it will get much messy. To solve that, we have something called as attribute splatting. If we want to use that, we do not need these parameters, so let me comment that out. For attribute splatting, we just need one parameter, which will be dictionary. So right here, we'll say prop, and this will be of type dictionary, key will be string, and value will be an object. Let me call that as input attributes. We won't need the getter or setter. We will initialize that with a new dictionary, and we will assign all the properties right here. So first will be a required, the value will be required as well. For placeholder, we will keep the value as enter name from parent. Max length, we will set that as 5. Now all the attributes that we have defined in the dictionary here, we can use that with the help of add attributes. And all the attributes are inside our dictionary of input attributes. So let's write that. And right here we are seeing this error because we removed the getter and setter. We need that, and then we will set the defaults. With that, the error should go away. Now if we want to overwrite this from the parent component, let me copy this dictionary, go to the parent component, and I will paste that inside the @ code. We will name this input attributes from parent. The text we have enter name from parent. Max length, let me keep that as 5. I'll change them in the child component where we have the defaults. Placeholder, we'll change that to initial text. That looks good. Then inside the another child component, we can no longer use the placeholder or max length because we already commented that code out. What we need to pass here is input attributes, and that will be inside the input attributes from parent. So we pass the input attributes here, that is the same name that we have for the dictionary and that we are applying as attributes on the input tag. With that, let me run the application. We will go to our parent child here and perfect. We have the enter name from parent and let's see how much validation we have. Only 5 characters. That is what we have inside the parent right here. So with that brief overview on attribute splatting, let's continue from the next video. Now that we have seen the attribute splatting, it is still quite a bit code for a small task. Like first we need a dictionary inside the parent component. Inside the child component, we accept that dictionary and then we add it as attributes. Can we simplify this even more? Of course we can. So inside the parent component, let me remove the attributes that we have, and rather than input attributes, we will directly pass placeholder, and I'll call this placeholder from parent. And then inside the child component, we do not need the dictionary anymore. Let's remove that. And rather than parameter here, we have something else here, which is capture unmatched value. We will set that to be true. So what this will do is it will capture any of the unmatched value in the dictionary. Like here we are passing placeholder, it will capture that and it will automatically assign that to the attributes. Let me save everything. We might have to restart. Let's do that. And if we go to parent child here, perfect. We see the placeholder from parent. So because of the capture unmatched values, it automatically captures all the values from the parent component and we are assigning them right here in the child component. Now what if we want to override the default placeholder that is coming from parent inside the child component? That could be done easily. Inside the input, we can define the custom placeholder and I'll call this child placeholder. Let me save this and if we go back, perfect. You can see now it displays the child placeholder, so this takes preference. But here you need to be careful about one thing. The reason this child placeholder is taking preference is because you have it on the right side after the attributes. If you cut this from here and if you paste it here, then attributes which are from parent will take preference. If we go back, you can see placeholder from parent is taking preference right here. So if you want the child placeholder to take preference, you will put that after the attributes and that will override the parent placeholder. So great, with this we have seen how we can simplify attribute splatting and how we can use the capture unmatched value to automatically capture rather than defining all the attributes. So with that, let's continue from the next video. Now that we have seen attribute splatting, let me close all of this and we will see how we can pass properties within multiple components. We have seen how to pass properties within one level from parent to child component. So let me open the child component, parent component, and inside the Learn Blazor components, I will create one more component and I will call that as grant child component. So as the name suggests, this will be a component inside the child component. Inside the grant child here, let me add a div, give it a class of row, and we will add an h4 with the title of grant child component. Inside paragraph here, we will display there is a message and we want to display some properties that we will pass from the parent components. So we will have a parameter here that will be passed to this component that will be public string message for, I'll call it grant child, and we will have the getter and setter. And inside the HTML, let me display that message. Then inside the child component, let's call that grant child component after the button here. We can call this underscore grant child component. We have message for grant child. This message is from your parent inside bracket underscore child component. Let me save everything and let's run the application. If we go to the parent child component, perfect. We see this is the message from your parent underscore child component. We are displaying the grandchild component. Now this message that we have, we are passing from child to the grandchild component. What if we wanted to pass that from the parent component? For that, what we have inside the grandchild, we will have to create that property inside the child component as well. So right here, we will have a parameter message for grandchild. And then here, we do not need that message. Let me cut that. We will just pass the message for grandchild. We will have to provide that from the parent component where we are adding the parent component. So right here, we need to provide message for grandchild. And I will paste the text here, but this time the component is parent component. And this is message from grandparent. Let's go back and refresh here. And perfect, we have the message from grandparent. So with that, we are passing the message from parent to child component and from child component to the grandchild component. This is a messy way of passing the properties to the child components. Let's say you have a grandchild component and then you'll have to pass it all the way from parent component. So you'll pass from parent to child component, child to grandchild, and from grandchild you'll pass to grandchild component. That will get messy and very ugly. That will leave us with too much code which is duplicated across many pages just to pass it down the hierarchy. And that is not a good architecture. So how can we fix that? Let's take a look at that in the next video. In the last video, we saw how to pass values down to child and grandchild component. But if we examine what exactly happens in the child component, we added a property message for grandchild, but that is just a value to pass the message to the grandchild. We are not using that in any other place in the child component. So it would be much better if we just don't create this property and if we can somehow pass the message from parent to grandchild component. That can be done using cascading value. So inside the parent component, where we have the child component, we will wrap it in a pre-built component which is cascading value. So let me end the closing tag after the closing tag of child component. If you just leave it like that, we have the error message because this cascading value expects a value and we need to provide that. So what will be this value that we want to pass from parent to our grandchild component? That is the message that we have right here. So let me cut it from here and let me create public string message for grandchild and I will paste that message. So we can use the string here and directly pass that as a value. We do not need this message for grandchild. Let's remove that. So with that, we have passed the cascading value for the message for grandchild. Then inside the child component, we do not need the parameter. We can remove that right here. Then finally, inside the grandchild component, when we have to retrieve the value here, we need to create a property here. We will remove the parameter because that is no longer being passed as a parameter from the child component. We are passing that down as a cascading value, so we have another parameter here, which is cascading parameter. One thing that you have to make sure is inside the parent component, the type of the message that we are passing is string. So that is exactly the type that you should create inside the grandchild component where you want to retrieve that. With that, let's run the application and see if this works. And perfect, we see the message right here, so everything is working as expected. It is able to pass the value which we have inside the cascading value all the way down to the grandchild component. We are able to retrieve it here and display that. If you have to use the same message inside, let's say, child component for some reason, you will do the exact same things. Have a cascading parameter inside the child component, use that and retrieve that. One thing you should remember is the name that we have for cascading parameter does not matter. Right now it is just checking for the string. So whatever is being cascaded down as string right here, it will retrieve that and bind that inside this variable. So with that basics, let's continue exploring this more in the next video. Now that we have seen cascading parameter in action, let's say we want to cascade one more value. So right here in the parent component, let me create another variable. This time I'll have it as int, and let me call this lucky number. Let's set that to 7. Now if we have to pass this to our grandchild, we can have another cascading value. So we can have multiple cascading values within each other. This time the value will be @lucky number. Let me close the cascading value. Perfect. Then let me access that inside the grandchild component. So we will have cascading parameter. I will call this lucky number for grandchild. And this time I'm using a different variable name, but the type here will be integer because in parent we just have lucky number. So we are cascading that down here inside paragraph. Let me display that as lucky number. Let's run our application and see if this works. So we go to parent child and we have the lucky number. But now let's modify one thing. Rather than integer, let me make this lucky number a string. We'll have to stop it. Let's go to parent here. We'll convert that to string as well. And let's run the application one more time. You would expect the result will be the same, but it won't be. You can see the message as well as lucky number both are displayed as 7. Why did this happen? This is because the cascading value is type dependent. Inside the parent component, it sees both of the cascading values are of type string, so it cannot identify a difference between the message or the lucky number. Now the framework does not know which cascading value needs to be assigned to which variable because, as I said before, it does not depend on the name of the variable. So what framework does is it passes the nearest cascading value to the child component, which is lucky number with the value of 7. Then inside the grandchild, when you are expecting a string parameter, it sees that string value, I just have the value of 7 and assigns that to both of the properties. So how do we fix that? Fixing that is as easy as adding a key, but in this case it will be a name. So if we go back to the parent component, when you add cascading value, you can also assign name there. We can call this as message, and next name we can call that as lucky number. Once we make this change, we can copy the name, go to the grandchild, where we have cascading parameters. We can explicitly provide name to bind that. So name is message here. We will copy this, paste it for the lucky number. Let's go back to parent and copy the name to avoid any spelling mistake. And let's restart the application. Let's go to parent child and it's working as expected. So with that, you have seen when we are passing cascading values, we can explicitly assign name, and actually this is a better approach. That way you can exactly know or exactly bind which value goes to which cascading parameter. So with that, let's continue from the next video. We have learned quite a few things when it comes to the basic foundation of Blazor. We have also seen the basics of routing, like how we can add the @page directive and give it a meaningful route. But there are some more advanced concepts when it comes to routing in Blazor. To learn all of that inside the Learn Blazor, let's add one more Blazor component and we will call that Learn Routing. We will have to add a navigation to that inside our nav menu. Let me copy one of the existing div, paste it here. Inside Learn Blazor, we will have Learn Routing. Let me copy this path here. We will go back and we will add the @page directive and we will paste the href. This is something we are familiar with and that works perfectly. Let me just run the application. We have the same parent-child name. We forgot to change that. This will be Learn Routing. And perfect. If we click on Learn Routing, it takes us to the page. But if you are working with editing any functionality, it is common to pass some IDs and parameters. So what we can basically see here is Learn Blazor, Learn Routing is the path to go to this component. What if I want to give it another path, let's say just Learn Routing? That is pretty simple. When it comes to Blazor, we can give a component multiple routable paths. Like here we have two paths. We will stop the application and run it one more time. We have Learn Blazor / Learn Routing, and directly Learn Routing also works. So if I remove the Learn Blazor and press enter, it takes me to the same page. So this way you can give multiple routes to the same page. Now what about parameter? Let's say there is some parameter or ID that is being passed here, and we want to capture that and redirect to this page. If we just enter like this, it displays, sorry, there's nothing at this address. Because the route that we have defined here, we have not said that there will be any parameter on this route. So if you pass a parameter here, it will think that this is not the route that you're looking for, and it does not find any other matching route. To add a parameter in the path, we need to add a parameter here, and let's call that parameter 1. Once we have that, let me stop the application, and we need to create a property to capture that parameter. We have used this parameter when we were passing some property from parent to child component, but it will be the same tag when we want to capture some parameters from the URL. So we'll say prop string, and the name will be same, which is parameter 1. That way it will be able to map both the properties. Once we capture that, we can display inside an h4 the value of parameter 1. With that change, let's run the application. Let's go to the Learn Routing here, and it displays, sorry, there's nothing at this address. Because now the route that we have defined, it expects a parameter. If that is not present, it thinks that this is not the page or component that we are looking for. So if we want that route to work, we will have to copy, and we will also have to add that route like this. We will have to stop and rerun the application because we made a routing change. Let's go to Learn Routing. Perfect, this works. Right now the parameter is empty. Now if we pass some parameter, that is being captured and displayed. So perfect, that looks good. What if we have one more parameter here, like let's say some other integer number? How can we capture both the parameters? That is pretty simple. We will just copy this, paste it one more time, and we want to handle one more situation. If there are two parameters, we will create another property. So parameter 1, I will copy that and paste it for parameter 2. Let's also display that. So now our route works with Learn Routing, Learn Blazor, Learn Routing, then with one parameter and with two parameters. If we save this, we will have to restart the application. Because it is a routing change, hot reload will not be able to handle that. Let's go to Learn Routing. We can pass one parameter, that works. We can pass two parameter, that works. These parameters can be string or integer, anything that you want. So you can see it is pretty dynamic when it comes to parameters. So with that, we have learned few things with routing. Let's continue with some more advanced routing stuff in the next video. Now based on the route that we have, if we have multiple parameters, we are capturing and displaying that on the screen right here. But I want to add one more href tag here. We will use anchor tag this time, and let's load the same page. So this time, let me just use the default Learn Routing URL that we have. On top of that, let me add two parameters. Parameter 1 will be Tangy, and param 2 will be Blazor. So that is the URL that we have. Let me add some bootstrap classes of btn primary, and I will call this load with query parameter. Let me save this and run the application. If we go on Learn Routing and click load with query parameter, it will load the same component, but the URL is different. Now we have query parameters. So what if we want to extract these query parameters and display them on the screen right here? In order to extract any of the query parameters, we need Navigation Manager. Navigation Manager is readily available in Blazor. We just need to inject that and we can use that directly. So we will inject here. That will be of type Navigation Manager, and I will call this underscore Navigation Manager. Once we add that, after the button here, let me add BR, and inside an H3 we will display query string parameters, and then let me add one more button here. I will call that as load parameters, and the previous button I will call that navigate to query parameters. This one I'll give it a class of btn success to differentiate, and it will not have an href. This will be a button. So with Blazor we have onClick. Let's call a method which is load parameters, and right here we will create that. Before we create that, we need two variables for param1 and param2 that we are passing in the URL. So I will copy and paste this here. This will be param1 and we have param2. Next we need to create the load click here. So it will be private void load parameters. Inside there we will use Navigation Manager to extract the parameters and assign them in param1 and param2. So we scroll down here, we will say variable absolute URI is equal to new. We will create a new URI here, and we will extract the URI from underscore navigation manager dot URI. That will extract the absolute URI, and then extracting query parameters is pretty simple. From system.web.http utility, we have a method which is parse query string. There we just need to pass the absolute URI. I have a spelling mistake here, dot query. That will extract all the query parameters, and then we can assign our param1 is equal to query param, and we need the key name which is param1. Let me scroll up. That's what we have here, param1 and param2. So that should be sufficient. Let me copy and paste this one more time for param2. Perfect. So I believe that looks good. This time when we are using learned routing, we do not have to pass parameters like this in the URL because they are in query string. So with that, let me save this, go back, and let me just refresh the page here. We have both param1 and param2. When we click load parameters, that does not work. And of course it won't work. We are not displaying those parameters here. Let me copy this h4, paste it here. Param1, param2, perfect. We have them empty. When we click load parameters, it still does not work. If we go inspect the navigation, we have some errors. Load parameters is not defined. Let's take a look at that. And here it will not be onClick, it will be at onClick. That is a Blazor event. So with that, let's go back and refresh and click load parameters. Perfect. We see Tangy and Blazor is loaded successfully. So with that, our learn routing is working as expected. By default, we don't have anything here. Tangy and Blazor are loaded because the component is there. If we navigate and come back, that goes away. If we select navigate to query parameters, we get the parameters in the URL. When we click load parameters, that is also loaded. So with that, we have seen quite a few things with Blazor on how to work with query parameters as well as parameters in the URL. So with that brief overview, let's continue from the next video. Let me close all the tabs and pages that I have. Perfect. Let me go to the pages again and open Learn Routing. Now we have seen Navigation Manager to extract the query parameters, but when we see here we have anchor tag when we want to navigate to the query parameter. Instead of anchor tag, if we use navlink, that will also work the same way. Let's add that and run the application. Let me go to Learn Routing and click Navigate to Query Parameters. You can see it is working as expected. But what if rather than navlink or anchor tag, we want to use button? Let me revert back to what we have as an anchor tag, copy that, and we will paste it one more time. Let me comment this code out. Instead of anchor tag, we want a button. When we work with buttons, we do not have href, but with Blazor, we have the onClick event. So inside onClick, let's create a method, navigate to query param. Let me copy that and create that method right here. It will be private void navigate to query param. If we go up, we have the href. Let me delete the href, cut the route that we have here, and we'll go to our method. If we want to navigate there, we can use our navigation manager. So underscore navigation manager dot, we have a method there which is navigate to, and then we need to write the path, and then we have to write the path within the double quotes. With that, let me save this and go back to the application. We have onClick, that looks good. Let me go to the home page, learn routing, and perfect. When we click here, you can see it invokes the method and then it does the routing. So within our codes or method, whenever we have to navigate, we will be using navigation manager, navigate to, and then we can navigate to our components. Another thing that I want to point is by default the parameters here are string. But if you want to be explicit that the first parameter has to be an integer, you can do that with a colon and then int type. With that, let me run the application. Inside here, we will get an error because we just converted the type at the route to be integer, but if we scroll down, our parameter one is string. So we'll have to convert that to integer as well and restart the application. Once we do that, this time first one will be integer and next one can be a string parameter. If we try to enter a string here, we get the error message that there is nothing at this address because the route path does not match. So with that, we have covered quite a few things when it comes to routing in Blazor. So with that, we have covered routing in Blazor. Let me stop the application and close all the tabs here. When we are working with any application like MVC application or Razor pages, there was always some requirement for JavaScript. With Blazor, many things can be done directly in Blazor without the use of JavaScript. That is the beauty of Blazor. That being said, there will be some situations where you will require to use some JavaScript functionality. Blazor gives you the option to incorporate any JavaScript code. So in this section, let's take a look at that. Inside our Learn Blazor folder, let's add a new Razor component, and I will call this Blazor.js component. This will be a routable component, so we can add a page directive, and we can give that a route of Learn Blazor / we have Blazor.js. Let's add this in the main navigation here, nav menu. Let me scroll down, we'll copy the last div, paste it one more time. Let's go back, copy the href here, and we will paste that. Let me add the / we will have this as Blazor.js, and that looks good. Now let's go back to our component. After the Blazor.js heading, let me add a div with a class of row, and inside there we will add a button with class of btn secondary, and we will add an onClick method test confirm box. When we want to work with delete functionality, we typically have a confirm box in JavaScript. How can we invoke that from our Blazor application? We have just added a method right here. So let's create that. So private, we will have to make this method an async method. So we will have async task, and let me write the name, which is test confirm box. Inside the confirm box, we can display some string message. So let me create a private property confirm message. Are you sure you want to click? So inside that confirm box, we need to display this message. but that confirm is inside JavaScript. To invoke anything related to JavaScript, we have to inject the IJS runtime. This is available by default in the Blazor application, so you can just inject that in the page and use that. I will name it _JS runtime. So inside the test confirm, we can call await, and then on the _JS runtime, we have a method which is invoke async. When we work with the confirm box, there is yes and cancel button. So that will return a Boolean value on whether the confirmation was true or false. So we will have Boolean here, and within there we need to write the method name in JavaScript. Now confirm box is available by default, so we can directly say we want to call the confirm, and when we call the confirm, we want to pass the confirm message. That is all that we have to do. Let's run the application and see how this works. We have an error here. We have a spelling mistake. It will be IJS runtime. We have another error with the route templates inside the page directive. Of course, we forgot the /. So let's go to Blazor.js and let's click the test confirm button. Great, you can see we have our custom message. Are you sure you want to click? We can click OK or cancel. Whatever we click will be returned from this async call. So we can store that in some variable. So we will create a Boolean flag confirm result, and I will hold the result inside confirm result. Then inside the HTML, we can check if confirm result is true. Then we can display in a paragraph confirmation has been made, else we will display confirmation pending. Pretty simple. Let's go back to the application. Confirmation is pending. If we click cancel, it will still be pending. But if we click OK here, the confirmation has been made. If we search for the confirm JavaScript, we have the default confirm method, and that expects a string parameter. That is why if we take a look here, we have the confirm name and we are passing a string parameter, and that is based on the definition that we have. So if this was something else, we might have different parameter. This was a built-in JavaScript method that we invoked using the JS runtime and invoke async. With that, let's continue in the next video. We have seen how to incorporate basic JavaScript confirm box inside a Blazor application. Now let's focus on something real world. Toaster is used for notification. So if you Google Toaster and go on the link here, which is the GitHub link, let me open it, and we should have a demo URL. So right here, when we click on Show Toast, you can see nice toaster alerts. Let's implement this toaster in our project. If we go back to GitHub, you can see the usage at the end. It is just toaster.warning and then the message toaster.success, then the message, and so on. But first we need to incorporate the toaster JavaScript libraries and CSS in our project. You need to think about where we will be adding these JS and CSS files. Let me go back to the application, and if we open our underscore layout, inside there we have the head section where we can incorporate the global styles and JavaScript files. So right here, let me add a link. href is equal to, we will go back and we will copy the CSS link first. We can say rel is equal to style sheet. Let's scroll down where we have the JavaScript. We will add a new script tag here. src is equal to, let's copy the JS, paste it here, and add the closing tag. So with that, we have added toaster in our underscore layout, and that will be accessible. If we go back to the documentation that we have, in order to call toaster, we will need a JavaScript like toaster.warning or toaster.success. So we need to create a custom JavaScript file in our project. We will be adding all of those files inside the www root folder. That is the root folder where we will have all the static files like JavaScript, CSS, images, and so on. So inside the www root folder, we will create a new folder with the name of JS. And inside there, we will add a new item, which will be a JavaScript file. So that file, I will name it common.js. Let's add that. Inside here, I want to create a first function, which will be showToaster. Now I want it to be globally available, like we have window.confirmBox. So I will say window.showToaster. And then on this function, we want two parameters. First will be type and next will be message. So type basically means what is the type of message? Like is that an error notification or a success notification? Based on that, we will display the message, and based on that, if we go back to the GitHub, we can call either toaster.error or toaster.success. So let's go back to the project. And first scenario, we will check if type is equal to success. In that case, if we go back, we have the toaster.success. Let me copy this, paste it here, and let me close the tag. Inside there, we have three things. First, we can have message, a submessage, and a timeout. So we can just copy this to be consistent, and I will paste it right here. The message is inside the string message, and then the subtitle, we can just say operation successful. We will leave the timeout as default. This looks good for success. Let me copy this and paste it one more time. If the type is equal to error, we want the error toaster, and rather than operation successful, we will say operation failed. So inside our common.js, we are calling the toaster notification. Then inside our Blazor.js, we want to add buttons to actually invoke the common.js. So where we have the test confirm button, let me copy the row altogether and paste it one time. The button, I will call this toaster success. And we can give that the bootstrap class of success. And the function will be toaster success. Let me copy and paste this. And instead of success, I will have failure. Let me change the method name here, and the class will be danger. Let's go down and let me copy the method here for test confirm box, paste it two times. First one will be toaster success, and next one will be toaster failure. Now just like we had window.confirm, if we go to common.js, we have added another method showToaster. So we will paste showToaster in both the places. Next is the parameters. So if we go back to common.js, we have type and message. Type will be success for first one. So let's go back, and inside the toaster success, we will paste that. Make sure there is no spelling mistake. Next one is the error. So inside the toaster failure, we will have error. And last thing is the message. So let me just make that a success, and in case of error, I will leave that as error for now. Then you should remember one thing. When we are working with toaster, it will not return anything. So we do not need the confirm result anymore, and we have the invoke async when there is a return type. If we do not have anything that will be returned, we need to call the invoke void async, and we need to remove the boolean. So let me do that in both the toaster alert and save everything. With that, the Blazor.js looks good. We are calling the method that is inside common.js, but we have to add that inside the underscore layout as well. So right here, we will add a script tag with src is equal to. We have to navigate to the JS folder. In there, we have common.js. Now with toaster, we also require jQuery. So if you search for jQuery CDN, we have that library readily available. Let's copy the script tag. We will paste it before toaster.js. So with that, let me save everything and run the application. Let's go to our Blazor.js. If we click on toaster success, we have the success notification, and on failure, we have the error alert. So perfect. With that, we have integrated toaster library and saw how we can consume that inside a Blazor component. If we keep using toaster the same way, we will have to use the IJS runtime, and on there we need the method show toaster success and the message every time. If this was used in one place, that's okay, but toaster is something that we'll be using in many places throughout the application. So rather than adding this bulky line every time, it would be easier if there was some extension method. So rather than calling the show toaster, we will have another wrapper like toaster success or toaster error. So how can we add those wrapper? For that, we will have to add a helper method. So inside the Solution Explorer, inside the server project, let me create one more folder. I will call that as helper. Inside there, I will add a class file, and I will call this IJS runtime extension. Let's add that. This will be a static class, that way we do not have to create an object and all the extension methods have to be static. Inside there we will create our first method, which will be a static method as well, public static async, and the return type, let's keep it as value task. Next we need name of the method. We want to create two wrapper. First will be toaster success and then on what this will be extending. So that will be the first parameter in all the extension methods. What we want to extend is the IJS runtime. We will press Ctrl dot to add the using statement of Microsoft.js interop. Then what will be the other parameters that we want here? If we take a look at common.js, we have type and message. Since the type is success here, we only want to extract message. So we'll say string and message. So then what will happen inside this method? Whatever we have inside our Blazor.js for success, we want to do that inside this extension. Then rather than the underscore JS runtime, we will have JS runtime right here. And we forgot to give our IJS runtime a name. Let me call this JS runtime. So on the JS runtime, we will call the invoke void async and we will pass the parameters. Here we can just display the message that we receive in the parameters and pass that to our toaster. This looks good for our success. Let me paste this one more time for error. So we have toaster error here, and rather than success, this will be error. We have the message show toast. Looks good. So with that, we have added two extension methods to our JS runtime. So let me save this, go back to our Blazor.js, and now we can directly invoke that on the JS runtime. So basically we will say await underscore JS runtime, and on that you would expect the helper methods, but they will not be accessible right now. The reason behind that is even though we have added the extension method, we have not added them globally for them to be accessible. So you would have to either use by adding the using statement of the helper method. You can do that directly on the Blazor.js, or we can do that globally, which is inside underscore imports. So right here we will be adding tangy web server.helper. Once we do that, on the JS runtime, we can call the toaster success. Only thing that we have to pass here is the message that needs to be displayed. We can copy that and paste that for failure as well. So we'll say toaster error and operation failed. Let's run the application and try that out. So we go to Blazor.js, let's click success. We don't get anything. We don't even have any errors. So there might be some step that is missing. Let's go back to the application. And let's examine what exactly we are doing. Inside the JS runtime, we have the invoke async, common.js, type and message. Whoops, I think we made a mistake. The first one will be type here, which is success, and next will be the message. The order is important because we are matching the type. If that does not match, we do not do anything, and this will be lowercase. That is what we have in common.js right here. So perfect, let me save everything, go back, and let's refresh, click the success. Perfect, operation successful, operation failed. And with that, we have seen how to add helper methods on the JS runtime. So now, rather than calling the invoke void async, invoke async, then passing the return type, we can always call the helper method that we have added in our project. So with that, let's continue from the next video. So what I want you guys to do for the next assignment is inside the blazor.js tab, we have the text confirm box, toaster success, and toaster failure. First of all, make sure to give all the buttons width of 200 pixels, and then you will have to add sweet alert success and sweet alert failure. If we click on them, we see nice sweet alert notification which says task completed successfully. In failure, we have the task failed. If I open the sweet alert JS, this is what you have to integrate. Right here is the example that needs to be fired on the success notification. If we scroll down, you will have the installation tab that you need to include. One thing that I will tell you is do not incorporate this inside the extension methods for JS runtime. Make sure to invoke it directly using the JS runtime in the Blazor.js component. This will be straightforward as compared to what we did with Toaster. So good luck with the assignment, and let's do that together in the next video. I hope you were able to integrate Sweet Alert in our project. In order to get started, the first thing that we have to do is go to the installation tab and copy the script file. Once we copy that, let's go back to our project. We will start with _layout here, and let's paste it after the jQuery. Next, we will go to blazor.js, and we need to add 2 more buttons. Let me copy the row here, paste it one more time. Let me add some space in both of them, and I can also give it a style of width 100 pixels. We will have to add the style in all the buttons. Let's do that. Rather than toaster, this will be sweet alert success and sweet alert failure. Same thing will be valid for the method names as well. Let's scroll down and copy the toaster success and failure, paste them again, and make sure to change that name to sweet alert success and sweet alert failure. This time we do not want to add the extension, we just want to add the code in common.js. Let's copy what we have for show toaster, and I'll change that for show sweet alert, so I'll call it show SWAL. We will have the type and message again. We will go back and let's go up. We have the sweet alert for success. That is what we need. So let me copy this wall.fire. Inside the common.js for success, we will paste that. We will display success notification. And right here, we need the message. Let me copy this and paste it again for error here. This time it will be error notification and type will be error. Since the type is same as success and error, you can always replace this with type, but I will keep it simple for now. This looks good for common.js. Our underscore layout also looks good. In blazor.js, we just need to invoke that method. So inside the JS runtime, we have show sweet alert. So let me copy the name here, go back to blazor.js, and on the JS runtime, we have the invoke void async. Let's call that. We don't have any return type. What will be the actual name? That is show SWAL, and then we need the type here. Let's give that success, and the message we can say task completed successfully. We will copy this and paste it for failure. Type will be error here and task failed. With those two changes, let's go up. Looks great. let's run the application. Let's click on Blazor.js and let's click on Sweet Alert Success. Perfect. If we click on Failure, that also works. All of them are working as expected. Let me just add a little bit of padding. So we will give margin of 2 in all of them. Let me paste it for all the buttons. And width, let me make that 200 pixels. Let's save this. And perfect. This looks much better. So I hope you were able to complete the assignment. Now that we have seen how to invoke alerts and toaster, let me close and go back to the code. Here let me close all of the tabs and actually let me open up the child component and parent component that we had before. I will also open the Blazor.js where we have the toaster alerts. Let me copy this toaster success method and paste it in the child component at the red code block like this. We will also have to inject the JS runtime, so let me copy that and I will paste that or inject that in the child component. So with that we have a method here which is toaster success. What we want to do is inside the parent component, let's add a div and in there let's add a button. So I'll add a div, give it a class of row, and within there I will add a button which will be show sweet alert, and I will add some bootstrap classes. From this click of button, we actually want to invoke the show toaster method inside the child component. How can we do that? We do not have access to that method inside the parent component, but we can actually reference the child component that we have right here. Once we reference this child component, then we can access all the methods inside this child component. So to do that, we first need to create an object of this child component, which will be private underscore child component, and let me call that as child comp. Once we create this, then we can use this variable name and we can add a reference on the child component. So we will use @ref here and we can use the name which is child comp. This reference name must match the exact name of the child component that we have right here. So now what we have done is we have created a private child component with the name of child comp, and we are referencing that right here. So now if you access child comp, you can access all the methods inside that child component. So inside the button here, we can have an onClick event. On there we can use inline function on child comp dot. We can see all the methods in there. We do not see the new method that we added. That is because it is private. We will make this public and the show toaster will be accessible now. Let's see that. Perfect. It's toaster success, not show toaster. That looks good. Let's invoke that. So this is how you can reference a child component and access all the methods of that inside a parent component. Let's run the application and make sure it works. So we will go to parent-child relation and we have show sweet alert. We click there and sweet alerts are working as expected. So this way we can use or reference the components in Blazor and then we can invoke methods inside that component. Now that we have seen the basic foundations with Blazor, let's take a look at the first two components that we have. The first one is a counter component. This component is pretty simple. When we click here, it just increments the counter and display that. Let me go to the Solution Explorer and let's open that component counter.razor. We just have a paragraph here where we are displaying the current count. We have set that to be 0. On click, we have an increment count method and that is incrementing the counter. So that looks pretty straightforward with everything that we have covered. And we have a tag here which is page title that denotes the title on top of the page right here. So counter component looks good. Let's examine fetch data. Let's go back and let me open up fetch data. This is a little bit more involved, so let me walk through that. If we expand the data folder, we have weather forecast and weather forecast service. inside the fetch data, we have a using statement for the data folder, and we are injecting the weather forecast service. Let's go to our startup class file, which is inside program.cs. We have added a singleton implementation of the weather forecast service, and if we examine this class file here, we are not doing anything fancy. We have an array of string with multiple weathers. When we call the getWeatherForecast based on the date time in the parameter, it just creates a new weather forecast object, and it creates 5 objects, returns them, and for the summary, it randomly selects one of the summary. So the return type here is basically an array of the weather forecast class, which has these properties. Then let's go back to our fetch data here. Let's examine the code block at the end. We have an array of weather forecast, and inside the onInitializedAsync method, we are basically calling our weather forecast service and the getForecastAsync inside that. That will retrieve an array of all the forecast, and we are displaying that in the table format. That is exactly what we have as an output. If we refresh every time, the summary will be different because it is getting assigned randomly. So you can play around with these two default components. But I think we are good with that, so we can go to solution here, and inside the nav menu, I can remove those two. We don't need them in our application. So with that overview, let's continue from the next video. It's time to look at the lifecycle that we have with our Blazor component. The first lifecycle that is being called is onInitialized, and after that we have the asynchronous version of that, which is onInitializedAsync. In our components, we have already seen this in action. It is executed when the component is completely loaded, and this is the perfect place to load data from services if we are using some APIs or endpoints, because each control in the UI is loaded after this method. So basically, this is the method that executed when component is ready and when it has received the values from parent in the render tree. So whenever you have to call any service to initialize data or load some data, onInitialized will be the lifecycle that you should be looking at. Now when it comes to lifecycle, if you just go through theory, it won't make sense. So let's switch back to the application and actually see that with examples. Inside our pages folder, let me create a new Blazor component. I will call this lifecycle. And then I just noticed inside the nav menu here, we still have fetch data. We do not want this. We removed the home and counter, but let's also remove fetch data. That is not needed because it is the default component and not something that we built. Let me close all the tabs other than the new component that we added. So we added a parent component for lifecycle inside the Learn Blazor component. Let's also add a child component, and we will name it lifecycle child.razor. Let's add that. Then the main component, which is lifecycle component, will be a routable component, so we can add the page directive there. And let me also open up the nav menu. Let's add a new link here, so we will copy and paste the Blazor.js. Inside Learn Blazor, we will have lifecycle. Let's copy this href, go to our page and paste it right there. So with that, we have a link to route to this component. Now to get started quickly with this component, inside the parent component, we will copy everything that we have inside the default component, which is counter.razor. So let me copy everything other than the header or the page route. We will close that and I will paste it right here. Let's run the application and see how this looks so far. So if we go on lifecycle, we have our counter here, and that is working as expected. I will be calling our lifecycle methods inside both the components, so the child component as well as the parent component. So when the lifecycle gets triggered, I want to display which lifecycle was called in which order. In order to do that, we can have list of string and we can log every time lifecycle is called. So inside the lifecycle component after the current count, let me add a list of string. I will call that as event type to log all of the events that are triggered. And then on the top, after the click me button, we will display all of the string inside this event type. So we will add a for each loop variable item in event type. We just want to display the item and add a horizontal line. The first lifecycle that we want to work on is on initialized and on initialized async. We have already seen how to add those in the previous videos. That will be protected, override, and then we see all of the methods. And when I try to enter, the IntelliSense is not working. Let me stop the application here and let me try that one more time. We have the on initialized. It does not seem to work. Let me actually restart the application. With .NET 6, I have faced many issues with IntelliSense with Blazor application. I'm hoping they will be fixed in future. So let's give that one more try. We have the on initialized and perfect. It works this time. Next lifecycle that we want to override is the on initialized async. With async methods, the return type will be task. When onInitialized is called, we can add event type.add and we will add a string log that onInitialized is called. Based on that, we will display that on the UI. Let me copy this and we will add some logging inside the onInitialized async and let me add that. So onInitialized async is called. Because this is an async method, we can add task.delay there and let's delay that by 1 second. We will also have to add the async keyword there and the errors should go away. Perfect. So we have added 2 logs inside the lifecycle component. Let's run the application and see the result. Let's click the lifecycle and perfect. You can see first onInitialized is called and next the onInitialized async is called. Let me just go back and I will add an HR to make things look pretty. Perfect. So that is the lifecycle of the parent component. Let's do something similar in the child component. Let me copy everything from lifecycle razor, go to our underscore lifecycle child here, and let me paste it right here. We do not have a routable path. Let's remove that. We will remove everything that we have for counter. So let me do that. We don't need the counter here or the increment count. Now we already know the onInitialized is invoked before the onInitialized async. So we can remove the async method from the child component and inside the log for onInitialized, let me add the child tag. That way we can differentiate that pretty easy. We will have to restart the application to see this in action. Now right now we are not calling the child component, so let me do that. After the buttons that we have here, let me add a div, give it a class of border, and inside there we have the underscore lifecycle child component. Let me save this, let's go back and click on the lifecycle component. And perfect, we see on the child component we have the onInitialized is called. Inside the parent component we have the onInitialized and onInitialized async. With that, we have seen the first method in our hierarchy of Blazor lifecycle. Let's continue in the next video. The next lifecycle that we have after initialized and onInitialized async is onParameter set and onParameter set async. These are called each time a new or updated parameter is received from parent in the render tree. So let's go back to our example and inside the lifecycle component, let's add these 2 methods. So we will go back to our lifecycle component, let's scroll down, and in here we will say protected override. We have onParameter set, and we will do the same. We have protected override, and we have the onParameter set async. We need to do some logging there as well, so let's do that. onParameter set is called. Let me copy the other one, paste it here, and onParameter set async is called. If we save this, I believe we'll have to restart. That is correct. I also forgot the async keyword here. And with that, let's run the application one more time. Then before anything, let me switch back to the presentation. When a component is first initialized, we have onInitialized async. Next one is each time a new or updated parameters are received from the parent in render tree. How do we test that? If we switch back to the code, we have a parent component which is lifecycle, and we have a child component which is underscore lifecycle child. In order to test this onParameter, to our child component, we can pass a parameter which can be count value is equal to, let's pass the current count. Next, we need to capture this in our child component. Right here, we'll add parameter and an integer count value. Inside child component, we will also require the onParameter set. So let's override void onParameter set. We will add the same logging that we have. So let me copy this line, paste it here, and the method name needs to be updated. When we save it, we will of course have to stop the application. So what actually happens here? Whenever inside the parent component we are changing the counter value, the parameter that is being passed to the child component also changes. Even though we are not using the count value that we added in the UI of the child component, but still the parameter is actually being changed. So let's start our application again and see what happens. Let's go to lifecycle. You can see for a second we had onInitialized and onParameter set for the child component, but inside parent we have the onInitialized, initialized async, then onParameter set and onParameter set async. That is the flow. Let's hit the counter that we have here. As soon as we hit the counter, you can see the onParameter set on child is invoked. The number of times you hit the increment counter, it adds on the parameter set. The reason behind that is what we saw in presentation. Each time a new or updated parameters are received from the parent in the render tree, the onParameter set is called again. And we saw exactly that happen when we were passing the counter from parent to child. So with that, we have seen live example of where the onParameter set makes sense. We should use this method when we want to get values of parameters updated from the parent component, and based on those parameters, we want to update some child component and state. So with that, let's continue from the next video. The next method that we have in our lifecycle is onAfterRender and onAfterRender async. These methods are called after each render of the component. The point at which they are called, you can expect that all the elements and the component references are populated. It means that if you have to perform any actions, such as attaching an event listener, that requires the element of the component to be rendered in DOM. Another great use for these lifecycle methods is for JavaScript library initialization, which requires some of the elements to be in place to work. Now testing them in our application will be a little tricky, but let's walk through that together. So if we go back to the application, inside the lifecycle component, we have 4 methods here. Let me remove the delay that we were adding here, and let's add the onAfterRender. So we'll say protected, override, and next we'll press Ctrl space if the IntelliSense doesn't work. We will first implement the onAfterRender, and then we'll say protected, override. Next we have the onAfterRender async. Let me add the logging here as well. We will add async keyword because of the task, and we have the onAfterRender async and onAfterRender. Let me add debugging points in the last 3 action methods here and run the application. If we go to lifecycle, we hit our debugging point. let's continue. We are hitting the on after render, and then we have the on after render async. Now if we press F10 and examine the event type here, we have on initialized, on parameter set, as well as on after render. But when we hit continue here on the UI, we will not see the on after render or the on after render async. Can you think about why this is happening? The reason it is happening is it is already added to the event type. But on after render is called after the rendering is done. So that means the initial screen rendering has already been completed, and then we are adding that to the event type. That is why it is not visible on the UI. Now let me show you something interesting here. Let me stop the application, and inside the on after render, let me add a condition. You can see inside the parameter, we have the first render. What this basically tells you that if this is the first time it is being rendered, we can use that boolean flag to change some things. So we can use that and we'll say if it is the first render, in that case I want to set the current count to be 111, else I want to set the current count to be 999. So think about what I am doing right here. A component can be rendered many times. Whenever the value of a parameter changes, the component is re-rendered. But here what we are saying is only during the first render of the component, initialize the current count to 111. If the component is rendered again, then the current count should be 999. So let's see what happens this time. What do you think will be the value of the current count when we load the page? So if we go to the page, it hits our breakpoint. Inside the on after render, you will notice the first render is true. That's why the current count is set to 111. But as I've said before, if we press F5 and go to the UI, the count will be 0. The reason behind that is initialization of that 111 happened after the rendering was complete. Now when we hit click me here, it will force the component to re-render. This time you will notice the first render is false, and that is correct. So it will go to the else block and the current count is 999. But if we go to our UI, you will not see 999 because this assignment happens after the rendering is done. So if we continue here on the UI, you will see 112. Now you might be wondering that, hey, we assigned that to 111. How come it is 112? Well, the reason behind that is we have the increment count, so that's why it was incremented to 112. So next time if we hit click me here, the value is already 999 and it will be incremented to 1000. Let's go back and give that a try. Perfect. You can see we hit click me here and the value is now 1000. So with that example, now you can understand the use case for this life cycle. We can use this life cycle to perform additional initialization steps using the content that is already rendered, such as activating third-party JavaScript libraries that operate on the elements which are already present in the DOM. So that gives us a brief. So with that we have seen the on after render and on after render async. Let's continue in the next video. The next lifecycle methods are shouldRender and state has changed. ShouldRender method returns a boolean value. If that is true, it means we have to refresh the UI, otherwise the changes that are made are not sent to the UI. ShouldRender method always does the initial rendering despite of its return value. Before we take a look at the state has changed, let's go back to our program and see shouldRender. So inside the lifecycle, we will say protected, override, and then we have shouldRender. Let's add an event type there. We will call that shouldRender is called. I removed all the debugging points here. Let's run the application. We have an error there. It's not returning a path, and we will return true because that will make sure that rendering is done. Let's go back to the code and let me add a debugging point on the should render. Let's go back to the application. Let me also add a debugging point on the on after render async. Let's go back and hit the life cycle. You will notice our debugging point hits the on after render async, but it will not hit should render. That's because by default, should render will always be true on the initial render. But next time when we hit click me, the value is changed, so should render will be true, and you can see it is being called. Let's hit continue, and then it will go to the on after render async. So first we have should render, and then comes the on after render async. The last on after render is already added, but since the UI is rendered, it will not be visible. So that is something that we have already seen. Another use case of should render is if you return false there, then the UI will not be rendered. This can be handy under some situations. We won't be using this method that often, but it is good to know that we have that if needed. The last one that we have is state has changed. It is called after all the lifecycle methods have been called. This method notifies the component that its state has changed. It can be invoked manually to trigger a UI re-render, and that is a critical point. If at some point the UI is not refreshing and you want to manually render that, you can use this method. This method will look at the value returned from the should render to decide if a UI re-render should happen or not. However, this only happens after the component has been rendered for the first time, and that makes sense as well. So how can we test the state has changed? That will be a little bit tricky. Let's go back to our application. And on the lifecycle page, let me go to the top here and let me add a using statement for system.threading. This is because I want to introduce a timer to show you the state has changed in action. Let's say we want that timer to run for 5 seconds. So we will have private integer count, we will have the getter and setter, and let's set that to be 5. And let's scroll down to the methods here. I will be adding 2 new methods. The start count here will start the countdown. Inside the time callback, we are checking if count is greater than 0, we decrement that, and then we invoke the state has changed. Then let me just add a method to invoke the start countdown function. So let's go to the top here. So after the click me button, let me add a BR. We will display what is the current count, and then we have the button to start the countdown. So let me save everything here. Because of hot reload, when we save it, the should render is invoked because there is new items in the component and it has to re-render. So that is perfect. Let's go back to the UI and let me just refresh here. Perfect. Now when we call this timer, there will be more lifecycle methods that are invoked because we are changing the state manually, but let's focus on the timer right now. So let's click that. You can notice the counter is decrementing, and then every time it decrements, you can see it adds more of the methods or lifecycle. It calls the on after render, on after async, and should render every time we decrement. Now this would have not worked if we did not call the state has changed. So let me scroll down and comment out the state has changed and run the application to show that. Let's go to lifecycle and hit the start countdown. You can see the UI is not rendering. Now you might be wondering that the counter is not working, but let me just add a breakpoint here and run the application once again. So let's go and start countdown. We hit our breakpoint here. You can see the count is 5. If we continue here, once it decrements the next time, you can see the count is 4. If I press F5 to continue, next time the count is 3. We press F5 again, and finally the count is 0. But if we remove the debugging point and continue here, on the UI, if you go back, the count is still 5. So it is not rendering the UI again. This is a good use case to understand where you can use the state has changed manually. So with that, we have covered the life cycles. So with that, we have seen life cycles in Blazor. Now the basic foundation of Blazor looks good. But with any application, everything comes together when we are working with database, we have models, we perform CRUD operations, and much more. That is more of a real-world scenario when it comes to building website. We can create those models and other class file, data access, everything inside the server project if we want. But that will ultimately cluster everything together and it will be a big mess when our application expands. We already have a project for our models, so it makes sense to create other project related to different functionality. So let's right click, add a new project here. We will select class library and the project that we are looking for is Tangy_business. Let's add that. We will select .NET 6 and create the project. We need to create 2 more projects now. We will select the class project. Next one will be Tangy_common and that will contain all the common functionalities like email senders, all the constants of our application and so on. The last one will be data access. That will be related to everything related to database. So we'll call this Tangy_data access. Let's create that. Let me remove all of the default classes in all of these projects. So we will delete class 1 in all 3 of them. So with that, we have created 3 more projects in our solution. In the next video, let's work on creating a new model and adding database. Inside our data access project, we will have all the database migrations and the models that needs to be pushed to our database. So let's add our very first model. Let me create a new folder here with the name of data and we want to work with categories. We will have multiple products in our website and all of those products will belong to some category. So inside data, let's right click, add a new class file and this will be category.cs. We need to make this a public class file and inside there we will create 3 properties, ID, name and created date. Created date will be a property for logging purpose and not needed in our web application. When you work with a real-world application, you do not expose the root entity level database object. To expose only the properties that are needed, we will create something called as DTOs. But first, let's create this category table and push that to the database. And for that, we need to create DB context in our application. We will be using Entity Framework Core to create and manage our database object. So inside the data folder, let's right click, add a new class file, which will be application DB context. Let's press enter there. And then all the models that we have for data access, let me move them directly inside the data access project. So in the namespace, we need to remove data, not from here, but from the category. That looks good. In order to use Entity Framework Core, our application DB context must implement the DB context. So we'll say colon, we'll have DB context here. We will press Ctrl dot and we'll have to install the NuGet package of Microsoft.Entity Framework Core. We can install that from IntelliSense or we can right click on the data access project and select Manage NuGet Packages. We will go to the Browse tab here and we can search for Microsoft.Entity Framework Core. We will be using .NET 6, so make sure to install the latest version. Let's hit install here and OK, let's accept. Along with that, we will also need the SQL Server package, which is Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.SQL Server. Let's install that as well, because we will be using SQL Server for our database. We will also have to install the Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.Tools package to add migrations, which we will see later on, but we can add that package as well. Last package that we need for migration is relational. So Microsoft.EntityFramework Core.Relational. Let's install that package as well. Once we install all of them, if we go to the Install tab here, you will see the 4 packages that we have installed for using Entity Framework Core within our application. Now these packages are only installed inside the Data Access project, so we might have to install packages in other project when needed. But with that, if you press Ctrl dot on DB context, now we have the using statement that we need to add. Then with configuring Entity Framework Core, we need constructor inside the application DB context, and within the constructor, we will receive the DB context options. These options will be on the class application DB context, and we just need to pass them to the base class of DB context. So whatever options, which is connection string that we received when we instantiate this class, that needs to be passed to DB context, and that is what we are doing right here. This is the default configuration that is needed with DB context. Now we need to create a category table inside our database. For that, inside the application DB context, we will create a DB set. So right here we can write DB set of class category, and then we'll say categories getter and setter. What this will do is inside database it will create a table with the name of categories. In order to create table, we first need to create a SQL server and establish a connection. We do not even have a connection string in our project right now. Let's do that in the next video. Now we have configured the data access project with our category model, and we have the application DB context that is required for database. Inside the server project, we still need to set up the connection string and establish that inside the program.cs class file. When we work with database, we have a connection string that is needed. So let me open up SQL Server for that. And here, let's try to connect to a server. I have the local DB MS SQL local DB that is working. As long as you are able to connect to a server, you can use that name. I will copy the name that I have here and let's hit connect. If I expand, there is a list of database in this local DB. We will create a new database right here. So let's write a connection string to connect to that server. So all of the connection strings or secrets will go inside appsettings.json. For connection string, we have a special block that is available, which you can see it is connection strings. Inside there, we will have to give it a key name. Let me call that as default connection, and in the value, we need connection string. So here we will say server is equal to, I will paste the server name that I copied. Next parameter will be the database name. Let me call that as Tangy. Lastly, we are logging in using the trusted connection. So trusted connection will be true. That's all that is needed for the connection string inside appsettings.json. Then we need to add DB context inside the program.cs class file. When we are adding services to the container, we want to add one more service, which is the database or DB context. So on builder.services. We can add the DB context here. We will have to install the Entity Framework Core for this package. By default, you can see if we press Ctrl IntelliSense is not displaying that package, so we'll have to go to our server, right-click there, Manage NuGet Packages. Rather than installing Entity Framework Core, we can directly install SQL Server because that has Entity Framework Core embedded within that. So let's install SQL Server package. And once we install that, we will search for Microsoft.EntityFrameworkCore.design. So if you just type design here, you will find that package, and we will have to install that package for Entity Framework Core. Those are the only 2 packages that we will need right now. After we have the add DB context, right here we have to give it the class name, which is application DB context. That has the DB context that is needed. Now that is inside the data access project, so if you press Ctrl dot, we will have to add reference to Tangy underscore data access. Once we do that, that works. Here we need to provide some options. So we'll say options goes to, and on there we have use SQL Server. We can press Ctrl dot to add the using statement of Entity Framework core. When we are using SQL Server for our database, we need to pass the connection string within parameters. That connection string is inside appsettings.json. There was a special block, if you remember, with the name of connection string. Since this is a special block that is provided by the .NET Core team, they have given a helper method to access all of the values within that special block. To access them on Builder, we have .configuration. In there we have a method getConnectionString. You can see in the comment here it is a shorthand for getSection with the name of connection strings. And that is the exact name that we have given right here. So it will retrieve this complete section. But in there we want to get the value of the key, which is default connection. So inside program.cs, within the double quotes, we can pass the key name, which is default connection. That will retrieve the connection string, assign that to the options of SQL Server, and it will configure the DB context in our server project. This is the basics of application DB context, whether you are working with an MVC project or a Razor project. So if you are not familiar with this, I will highly recommend my free course on ASP.NET Core MVC just to get some basic foundations on how DB context and Entity Framework Core works. But even if you don't take that, this is just a basic foundation that is needed. So it can be treated like basic setup that is needed to configure Entity Framework Core in your application. The only complex part here was how to extract the connection strings from here and pass it to the SQL Server options that I have shown you right here. So with this connection in place, let's continue from the next video. Now that we have the DB context in our server project, we can finally create our database and we can create a table of category inside there. For that, we will be using migrations in Entity Framework Core. So we will go to Tools, NuGet Package Manager, and we have Package Manager Console. The startup project needs to be web server, so if it is something else, make sure to right-click here and set that as the startup project. Now in order to add the migrations, we have a command add migration, and we have to give our migration a meaningful name. So I'll say add category to database. When you press enter here, you will see an error message. If you scroll up, you will notice the error message. It says your target project, Tangy Web underscore server, does not match your migration assembly, Tangy underscore data access. Our application DB context is inside data access project. Because of that, the default project, when we add a migration here, this will be data access. The startup project will be server, but the default project where we have to run migrations will be the data access project. If this is something else, you will get that error message. So once you change the default project, if we run that command one more time, this time it will add migration. Now what exactly happens with migration? We have added a DB set here in application DB context of category, and that has few properties in the category class file. So if we examine a new folder with the name of migration has been created here, and it has a migration add category to database. If we examine in this migrations, there will be two methods, up and down. Up basically means that once the migration is successful, this exactly needs to happen. But if for some reason something interrupts and it fails, you need to roll it back. So this is more like a rollback functionality. Inside the up migrations, you can notice few things right here. It is creating a new table with the name of categories. That is the exact name that we have in our DB context right here. So whatever property name you give to the DB set, that will be the table name that will be created inside database. We have 3 columns in there: ID, name, and created date. ID column by default is an identity column. If you notice the constraint, there is also a primary key on the ID column. If we examine our category table, we did not write anything like that. How can Entity Framework Core magically think that this ID will be a primary key and it makes it an identity column? That is because Entity Framework Core is smart and it says that, hey, if there is no primary key defined in your table, and if you have a column with the name of ID, then I'm going to make it an identity column, and I will also make that a primary key of the table. That is pretty smart. But what if you want some other primary key on the table? For that we have to use something called as data annotation. If you want, you can explicitly write key attribute on top of the ID, press Ctrl dot to add the using statement of component model dot data annotation. That explicitly tells Entity Framework Core that, hey, I need to make this ID a primary key of the table, so make sure to set it as an identity column as well as primary key for the table. But if you don't have that, and if the column name is either ID or if it ends with ID like category ID, then it will default that to be the primary key of the table if you do not have that defined. We have more data annotations that we will cover in the upcoming videos, but this is the basic one where it is setting the primary key of the table. Next column is name of type string and created date is of type datetime. So Entity Framework Core is able to create table based on the class that we have defined. This is basically known as code first method. But right now we have some C# code that is saying that this table needs to be created that has not been created yet. In order to create that table, we will have to go to Package Manager console. You can go from Tools, NuGet Package Manager, and Package Manager console here. The command that we have to write is update database. What update database does is all the migrations that have not been applied inside the migrations folder, it will actually apply them to the database. Now right now if we go to our SQL Server, we do not even have that database. So it will first check the connection string that we have. Does this database exist? If we go to App Settings, we have a database name of Tangy. So it will first create this database and then it will create the table by applying our migration. So let's press enter on update database and see that magic. You can see it is applying those migrations and it is completed. If we go back here, we will have to refresh the databases and we see the Tangy database. If we expand tables there, we will see 2 tables. First table is the categories table. If we expand or do select top 1000, we will see the 3 columns that we requested. But on top of that, there is something called as __EF migration history. This just keeps a track of which migration have already been applied to the database. It has the migration that we just applied. So that means that when we add new migration, Entity Framework Core is smart enough to see here that the past migrations that have already been applied, they do not have to be applied again. So it will only apply the migrations that have not been applied to the database. With that, we have created our first table in our database and we applied our migration. Let me close all of this and let's continue from the next video. So our table has been created in the database. Before we actually get back to Blazor and start coding everything with Blazor, we need to implement repositories so that we can access database. Now, if you have worked with Entity Framework Core, you might think that we can use application DB context directly to access the database. But I like to prefer repository pattern, that way things are more organized. So basically we will have a repository for each of our model. Right now we just have category model, so we need to create a repository to perform all the CRUD operations on category. In real-world application, when you have a data model like this, you do not expose all of the properties. Like let's say this created date is sensitive and you do not want to expose that when the category model is requested. So for that, what we can do is we can create DTOs. DTO stands for Data Transfer Object. This is usually used to encapsulate the data that we are sending from one subsystem to another. Now here you might be thinking that we just have one application, which is server application. But down the road we will also have a client application, so it makes sense to have DTOs and transfer those DTO object. So let me show you what I mean by that. Inside our models project, we will be creating all the DTOs. So let's right click, add a class file. I will call this category DTO. This will be a public class, and typically in DTO, we have all of the essential properties. You notice we have data annotations for key that is not needed because it is just a model that needs to be transferred. It is not going to be used by our DB context when the object is created. We also don't care about the created date. It is just for logging purpose in database if something goes wrong. So only thing that we care about is ID of the category and name. We will need these two properties when we create a category, edit a category, delete a category, or view details of a category. So let me copy these two properties, and that is what we will have in our DTO. This is just a basic mapping that we have to do. Then what will happen is in our server application, we will be using this DTOs, and when we have to create a category, we will have to convert this category DTO into a category object. We can do a manual mapping, but typically we use third-party mappers. One of the most common one is AutoMapper. But before we configure AutoMapper in our project, let me close all of this and let's work on the business project where we will be performing CRUD operations on our category, where we'll be adding the repository to perform CRUD operations on category. Let's do that in the next video. We want to create a repository that will perform all the CRUD operations on category. So inside the business project, let's right-click, add a new folder. We will call that as repository, and inside there we will be adding the interface folder, which will be iRepository. First we need to implement the interface, so let's add a new item. It will be an interface. Let's call that iCategory repository. This will be a public interface, and we need to think about what will be all the methods that are needed to perform CRUD operations. This category repository will be called from our server application. Like if you examine inside data, we had this weather forecast service that had the get weather forecast async that was being called from the Blazor application. Similarly, we will have methods here that will be invoked from the Blazor application. From Blazor application, they will always provide us DTOs. So when we have to create a category, the return type, let's not worry about that right now, but the method name will be create, and the type of object that we will receive here from Blazor application will be a category DTO. We will press Ctrl dot there, and we will add reference to Tangy_models. Let's call this obj DTO. This is just the definition. So when the category object is created, once we create that in database, we can of course return back that category DTO object. So the return type we can keep that as category DTO. That looks good for create. We can have the same logic for update as well. Let's do update here. Next, we have the delete functionality. When we want to delete a category, we can give them the ID of the category, and based on that, we can delete that. If the delete is successful, we can return the integer count of how many items were deleted. So we can say public return type will be number of items that were deleted, method name will be delete, and inside the parameter we will receive integer which will be category ID. So this looks great for create, update, and delete. But what about retrieving the category or even retrieving all of the categories? So when we have to retrieve one category, the return type will be category DTO, and the method we can call that get method. We also need to provide the ID of the category that we want to retrieve, so we can pass that in parameter. If we want to retrieve all of the categories, that will be a public method. The return type will be an IEnumerable of category DTO, and we can call that getAll. That method should retrieve all of the categories. So in interface, we define what an object can do, but we won't actually do that. The implementation of all of these methods will be inside the class file that implements the iCategory repository. Let's do that in the next video. We have the interface for iCategory repository. Inside the repository folder, let's add a class file which will be category repository and implement that interface. So this will be a public method. Let's do that, and it will implement the iCategory repository. We will add the using statement, and then we will have squiggly lines here to implement that interface. So let's click implement interface here, and that will implement all of the methods in the interface. In this class file, we'll be working with database. So for that, we need our DB context. DB context inside the server project, we have added that inside the dependency injection container right here. Since it has been added and configured in the container, we can extract that using constructor. And we will first create a private read-only application DB context. We will have to add reference to Tangy_data access. Once we have that, then inside constructor, we will type CTOR and press tab twice. That is the shortcut for constructor. Here, we will receive application DB context built in with dependency injection. Since it is injected, we can assign that to our local _DB. So then using _DB, we can perform CRUD operations on the DB set. Now again, if application DB context and everything is not making sense, I have a free course in ASP.NET Core that will teach you on performing CRUD operations on objects. You can always take that, but I will try to go through some basics as well. When we have to create a category inside the create method, we first need to convert this category DTO to a category object. So you can do something like this. Category will press Ctrl dot to add Tangy_data access. We will create a category object is equal to new. And right here we will have to do manual assignment. Like we have name, ID, and created date will be datetime.now. We are converting our category DTO object into a category object, and we are assigning those properties. Created date is not present in the DTO because when we are creating, we can actually add that date. Once we have that category object on our _DB, we have the categories DB set, and in entity framework, we have the add method. We just need to pass our category object in that, and that will automatically add category in database. Now with Entity Framework Core, at this point, the category will not be added in database. We need to actually call a save method, and then it will be added to our database. If you forget this save method, then it won't work. For our create method, our return type is category DTO. So this category object we need to convert back to DTO and return back. So we will say return. This will be a new category DTO. And we'll have to assign ID. That will be from category.id. And name will be from category.name. So this looks great and our create method looks good. But actually, if you think here where we have to do all this conversion, these are pretty small right now. For a large object like product or some complex object will have many properties. So if we were to do all of this manually, that will be a nightmare to manage. And because of that, we will be using AutoMapper. Let's see and configure that in the next video. Inside the create method, we have to manually convert category object to category DTO and DTO object to category object. This can be managed easily with the help of AutoMapper. So for that, let me go to Solution Explorer. Inside the business project, right-click, Manage NuGet Packages, go to the Browse tab, and I will search for AutoMapper. We have the package here with over 200 downloads. Let's install that. Perfect, that looks good. Then in order to use that package, we need to create a mapping profile inside the Tangy business. Let me add a new folder. I will call that as mapper. In that folder, I will add a class file which will be mapping profile. When we want to make this a mapping profile for AutoMapper, it will be a public class of course, but it needs to implement the profile class inside AutoMapper. Since we have installed the NuGet package, if you press Ctrl dot, it displays we can add the using AutoMapper namespace. We need to convert our category DTO to category and category to category DTO. So that will be done inside constructor. We have a method createMap and that expects source and destination. So we want a mapping from category class to category DTO. I will add the using statement and then I also want a mapping from category DTO to category. So we can either write this and then rewrite it again. This time we want to convert it from category DTO to category, or we can combine that in one line by just writing reverse map right here. That will do the reverse mapping automatically. Now you might be thinking that how will it do the mapping? Well, it knows the basic stuff by itself. Like if there is property name that is same between category and category DTO, it knows that that will be a default mapping. But if you want to override some mappings and provide some customizations, AutoMapper can also handle all of that. I will not go into all of those details with AutoMapper because that is beyond the scope of this course. But we are doing the basic mapping inside the mapping profile. Now this mapping profile is inside the business class, but we need to add that and register that service in the web project. So we will open up the program.cs here, and there we will have to add one line inside the services to container. We will say builder.services.addAutoMapper. When you do that, you will again need a NuGet package inside the server project, and that will be automapper.extensions.microsoft.dependency-injection. So make sure to install dependency injection NuGet package in the server project. Once you do that, you notice the error goes away. Inside the parameter here, we need to pass appdomain.currentDomain.getAssemblies. So that will load AutoMapper in dependency injection, and we should be good with all the mapping. That is the basic configuration that we have to do. But in our category, we are still not using AutoMapper. Since we added that to our dependency injection container in program.cs, we can extract that just like we extracted application DB context. So this time we will have an IMapper which is inside AutoMapper. We will get that in constructor here, IMapper. Let's call that as mapper. underscore mapper is equal to mapper. So here we need to convert the DTO to category object. So we can say variable category is equal to, we can use underscore mapper dot map, that is the method, and then the first parameter will be source and next one will be destination. So the source is category DTO. We need to convert that to a category object. Right here we need to pass the source, which is inside obj DTO. So it will convert obj DTO to category. We add that category and we return back the category DTO. So in the return statement, we'll say mapper.map. This time we want to convert the category object to category DTO, and we can pass the category that got added. Now if you want, you can add a variable added object to see what got added, and inside that added object we have entity that just got added. So we can pass that as well. Any of these works fine. Rather than category here, we can call that obj to be generic, and we'll add that object in our categories table. So you can see using AutoMapper, now our code is much cleaner. Let's implement all the other methods that we have in repository in the next video. Create functionality looks good. Next, we want to work on deleting a category based on the ID. So in order to delete, we first need to retrieve that category from database. So underscore db.categories. On there we can use first.default to retrieve that category from database. First.default basically retrieves that based on the link condition that we give right here. So we want to retrieve a category where u.id is equal to the ID that we received in the parameter right here. After this statement, we will check here if obj is not null. That means we have retrieved a category that needs to be deleted. So on underscore db.categories, we have the remove method. We just need to pass the object that needs to be removed. Entity Framework Core will do all the smartness and remove that from our database. We do not have to write any SQL statements or call stored procedures because we are using Entity Framework Core. Then we need to return back the count, so we can return underscore db.save changes. That will basically say how many changes were saved. Here we are just removing one category, so the count will be 1. If the object is null, we can return back 0. That means that delete was not successful. So that looks good for delete functionality. Next, we have a method that will retrieve one category based on the ID. So for that, based on the ID, we need to retrieve that category. So let's copy the logic from delete. Once we retrieve that, if that is not null, we will have to do the mapping. So underscore mapper.map, we will convert category object to category DTO, and we will return back. If that is null, we can just return new category DTO. Next, we have the get all functionality. If we do underscore db.categories, that will return all of the categories from database, but we will have to convert all of these categories into an IEnumerable of categories DTO. So let me just have a return statement here. We will use our mapper.map. So far we have converted category to category DTOs, but now we want to convert an IEnumerable or a list of category to a list of category DTO. With AutoMapper, that is super simple. We just say we want to convert IEnumerable of category, and the destination will be IEnumerable of category DTO. Then here we need to pass the source, which is IEnumerable of category, that is inside underscore db.categories. That will automatically do the conversion, and it will return back the category DTOs. One last thing that I forgot is inside the create, when we are doing the mapping, we will not have the created date populated. So here we need to manually set that created date to be datetime.now. Perfect. Let's scroll down where we have the update. We first need to retrieve the category. So let me copy the getFirst.default. The ID will be inside objdto.id. Based on that, we will retrieve that category object from database. Let me call this obj from db. Then in the next statement, if the object from database is not null, in that case, we want to do manual update. So we'll say obj from db.name is equal to objdto.name. That is the only thing that we want to update. We will never update the created date or ID of the category, so that looks good. Once we update that, we'll say _db.categories.update, and we can pass our obj from db. Once we update, we need to call _db.saveChanges. Now think about how Entity Framework Core will know what properties were updated. When we retrieve anything from Entity Framework Core using first or default or anything else, it is always tracked. Then we are updating one property inside that object, we are updating the name. When we hit update and we pass that object, Entity Framework Core knows that only name was updated for this ID. So it will go to database and it will automatically update just that name and not any other properties. And that is a great power that we get with Entity Framework Core. So once we have all the conversion, we need to return the object. So right here, we can map category to category DTO, and we can pass the obj from db. If the object is null, then we can directly return back the obj DTO because something is not valid. So with that, all of our methods inside category repository looks good. We have done quite a few things to set up some repositories, create models, and much more. This is the basic foundation that is needed in any project. But once you have a repository in place, performing CRUD operations and working with Blazor is our next step. Before we do that, there is one last thing that remains. We have added a class and implementation here. We need to add that to our services in the server project. So in server project, we have program.cs. Inside there, if you notice, we had a singleton implementation of the weather forecast service. Now we have added a category repository or a category service and its implementation. So on builder.services. We need to give it a lifetime. There are 3 lifetimes that are available. First one is singleton. Singleton basically means once per service. So there is only one object of that service, and whenever that service or implementation is requested, that same object is being passed unless the application restarts. So with singleton, the services are created once for the lifetime of application. The next lifetime that we have is scoped. Scoped are created on each request. So basically there is one object that is created per request. If in that same request that object is accessed 10 times, it will only create one and that will be used throughout. The last lifetime that we have is add transient. Transient basically means that every time there is a request, we will create a new object. In transient, services are created each time they are requested. So let's say you make one request and on that one button click, that service is requested 3 times, then the service will be created 3 times for just one button click. So you should be very careful when you are using transient because it can lead to a bad architecture. When we are working with most of the services, they will be scoped service. So we will create one service per request like a button click, and then in that request, if the service is requested 10 times, it will not create a new service every time. So we'll say builder.services.add_scoped, and within here we need the implementation, which is category repository. We will press Ctrl- to add reference to Tangy_business, and the implementation is inside category repository we have a using statement for that. So that means that when we request a category repository inside the Blazor server application, it will automatically give us an object of category repository and its implementation. So we are adding that in dependency injection. Because of that, consuming the service will be super simple, like we had with the weather forecast service. So if we go to the weather forecast page, inside pages, we have fetch data, and you can see we were injecting the weather forecast service. Similarly, we will inject the category repository to perform all the CRUD operations with database. So we had to do quite a few things when it comes to configuration. But with that, all the configuration for database related items with category is now complete. We are in a stable state to actually work on the Blazor pages to perform CRUD operation. Let's do that in the next video. Last section we were able to cover lots of things, but we were just getting started with the basic foundation of repository. Now in this section we will shift our focus back to Blazor and we will perform CRUD operations on category. So first thing that we have to do is we'll go back to our server project, and inside pages, let's create a new folder. We will call this folder as category. Now I just noticed the lifecycle.razor component, we have that in the root pages folder that we need to move inside the Learn Blazor. So let me do that, and perfect, looks much cleaner. When we are working with Blazor, physically where the folder is, it does not matter because the page route that we add is inside the Razor component using the @page directive. Inside category, let's add our first Razor component. I will call this category list to list all of the categories from database. Let's add that. Whenever we add a Razor component, the first thing that we should do is, if it is a routable component, we need to give the @page directive and provide the route. So for category list, it will directly go inside category. Let's go to our nav menu and add that link as well. So after lifecycle, we will add category here, and that will be directly inside category. So href will be just category. That looks good. Inside the HTML section, right now we will add a div with class of row, give it some margin top of 4. In there we will add 2 divs with column 6 and column 5 offset of 1. Actually, rather than 5, I can make it 4 and offset of 2. We want to create a link to actually add a category. We do not have that Razor component yet, but we will add that very shortly. So right now we just have an h4 for category, and we have an anchor tag that says add new category. Rather than category, we can say category list right there. Initially inside our database, if we go back to SQL Server, if we examine our categories table, we do not have any categories right here. So we first need to actually add categories. We can do that directly in database, but I do not like that. We eventually have to create the page for adding a new category, so why not do that right now? So on the anchor tag here, we can use href here, and let me use @. We can use string interpolation. So inside the href, we can give the path that we want for creating a category. That we will say category / create. Let's run our application and take a look at what we have so far. We have the new tab. If we click on category, we have the category list and add new category. When we select add new category, it takes us to this new route, which is category create, but there's nothing at this address. That is perfect. We need to create a new Razor component to create category. But rather than info here, let me make them primary. So btn primary and text primary. Next thing that we have to do is create this component. So let's go to solution. Inside category, we will add a new Razor component. I will give this component the name of category absurd because I want a single component for both creating and editing our category. Let's add that component and let's continue in the next video. We need to work on the category absurd page, but right now we will focus only on creating a category. We will come back here and toggle this to make sure our edit functionality also works. So first thing first, we need to have the page directive to give that a route of category and then create. That is what we have inside the category list page, so that looks good. We will have to create category. We will actually require a form. So let's start with some designing right here. Add a div, give that a class of row and margin y of 2. We will also add an h3 tag with some bootstrap classes and display create category. Inside the div of row in bootstrap, we can add a div of class column 12 for the full width. Inside there, we need to add our form. So you can use the default form tag that is there in HTML. But when we are working with Blazor, we have a special form tag which is edit form. Let's add that. Before we work on adding all the properties in this form, we need a model for this page. In MVC application also we have models as well as in Blazor pages. Inside Blazor, we will be adding that inside the add code block at the bottom here. Now from the web project, we never access the data models that we have inside the data access project. What we will be working with is the DTOs that is inside Tangy models. Let's make sure in the dependencies we have added that project. Yep, we have the Tangy models there. So that looks good. Inside the global imports, we just have Tangy models and Learn Blazor models. This time we just want the models project because inside there we will have all of our DTOs. So let me copy this using statement, paste it here one more time. That way we do not need the using statement every time. We need to create an object of the category DTO. We will keep that as private since we only use that on this page. Let me call this category. We will have getter and setter. By default, we want to initialize that with a new category DTO, so we can do that. Next, we have the title here. Now we know that the same page will be used for both create as well as update. So rather than hard coding the word create, we can dynamically load that. So let me create a private string here. We'll name it title and we'll have getter and setter. Default, let me set that to be create as well. So we can copy the title here instead of create, and that looks good. As I have said before, in Blazor, the edit form represents the component of a form. And with edit form, we have some special tags or props that are available. One of them is the model. That defines what is the model for this form. We know that is the category, so we can pass that. This model will define data for the form and what will be binded to this form. We know that we will be creating or updating category. That's why we will bind category as model. What will be all the properties inside this category that we can edit? If we go to our DTO, let's go there. We just have name. So that will be only property that user will be populating. So we'll add a div, give it a class here of form group. And within that div, let's add a label for name. And we need an input box. So typically we use input type is equal to text, and then with tag helpers in MVC, we use ASP4 and we bind them. But things are not same when it comes to Blazor. Blazor provides its own components for the input tag. If we search for Blazor forms and go to the documentation of Microsoft, it will display all of the tags that are available. You can see built-in form components. We have all of those components right here. So we have something called as input text that will be rendered as input. So that is what we will be using by default. So we will use input text, and on there we have the bind value. This is similar to ASP4 when we are working with MVC, but with Blazor, we have its own components and then we bind the value. The value that we want to bind here is inside category. We have name, so let's bind that. We can also add bootstrap classes. I will give it a class of form control. That looks good. Let's run our application and see how form is coming along. Let's go to our category, add new category. We see an error here. Let's reload to see what's happening. We have an error here which says input text requires a value parameter and we need bind value. We have already given that, and this will be a capital V and the V here will be capital. It is case sensitive, so if the case does not match, it won't work. Once we save that and if we go back, perfect. We see the create category, we have name and form right here. With that, let's continue from the next video. Right now in our category, we just have name that we want from the user. So once they enter name, let's display a button here to create category or go back to the category list. So let me go back to the application. Inside the edit form, I will add another div, give it a class of form group here. And within that, we will add a button of class btn primary. We can display the title here because title has create, so our button will also display create. Next, we want a link here, so we can use anchor tag or we can use nav link here. Give it the href of category list, which is just category. Let me paste that here. And we'll give it bootstrap classes of btn secondary. We will call this back to index and let's save all of that. Go back to the application. We have two buttons. If we click back to list, it takes us to the category list and we can get back there by clicking add category. Let me add some space here, so padding y of 2. Let's see how that looks. Perfect, that looks much better. Rather than taking up all the width here, I can make it much smaller. So rather than column 12, let me make it column 10. So with that, our form looks good. But we need some validation. Like if someone hits create button, we want to display them error message that name is a required field. How can we add those validation? Let's understand our validations in the next video. Now let's work on validation inside our Blazor form. Right now, if we go back to the application, we just have name right here. But we want to add a validation that name must be a required property. We do not want an empty category to be created. So for that, we have something called as data annotations, and we can apply them on the DTOs directly. So on name, we want it to be required. So right here, we have a tag which says required. When you press Ctrl dot, we have to add the using statement of component model dot data annotation. You remember we had the ID data annotation that we added inside the category model. That was toggling our database. This does not need to go to database because we want the UI validations inside our category DTO. I will show you different validations as we proceed with the course and we have more properties in a detailed model. But right now, we have a required property. That means that name is a required field. If we go to our category create page, let me close the list for now. In here, we have the button. So what happens on the button click? That we can define inside the edit form. So inside edit form, we have a method on submit. That denotes what method it should call when the form is submitted. Let me call that method as upsert category. We need to create that inside the add code. We will say private void and we will have upsert category here. We will not have any parameters here. For now, when we hit the button, let me just update the category name so we just get a confirmation that button was clicked. So right here we can update category.name. I'll update that to be button clicked. Once we have this here, let's run the application. So if we go to category, add new category, we have added required field inside the DTO. But if you try to create this, you will notice button is clicked. That means that it was successfully submitted, so validations were not triggered. Why is that? In order to trigger validation, along with adding the annotations in the DTO or model, we need to add that inside the Blazor component as well. In order to add that validation inside the edit form, we require two tags. First is to enable the data annotations validator. That is basically telling edit form that, hey, on this model, if there are any data annotations, make sure to validate those. And in our model, we have a data annotation of required on the name property. So that will enable the validator. But then we need to display the error messages as well. So for that, we have a tag which is validation summary. That will display a summary of all of the validations. Like if there are multiple validations or multiple properties that needs to be validated and multiple of them have error messages, then it will display all of them in a paragraph. With that, if we save this and if we go back to the application, it will still not work. Let me show that. I will refresh the page here and hit create button. You see button clicked. We have added the validator and validation summary, but it is still not working. The reason behind that is we have on submit. This means that whenever the form is submitted, even if it is not valid, we want to call the absurd category. That is not something that we want. We want to call absurd category only if it is a valid submit. So in Blazor, we have on valid submit. That will make sure that absurd category is only called if all the validations are successful. Once we save that, we get an error because we will have to restart the application. So let's do that and test again. Let's go to our category, add new category. If we hit create this time, we have the validation that name is required. The error message that you see here is the default error message. If you want, you can also override that inside the data annotations where we have the required property. Inside round brackets, we can explicitly define that we want a different error message. Like, let's say we want to display please enter name. Let's stop and restart the application and see if that works. Let's go to our category and create. Perfect. Now we have the custom error message. Now summary is great to display validation, but if there are many properties or many input text, sometimes you want to display the error message right after the input text, so that's more user friendly. In order to do that, we will go back to the application and we do not want validation summary. Let's comment that out. After the input text, we have another tag which is validation message, and there we have for. Inside this, we need to define the property for which we have the validation message. So we will have to use arrow function here, and this one is for category.name. That's all that we have to do. Let me close the tag here. We will have to restart the application. Let's do that. Let's go to our category, add new category, create, and perfect. Now the error messages will be displayed after the text. Now we don't have summary, we have the individual message. So with that, we have seen how to add validations in Blazor form. Now if we enter some text here and hit create button, you will notice our button click is being called. So that means our form is actually submitted. What do we want to do when the form is submitted? We want to create this category inside our database, and for that we will have to call our repositories. Let's do that in the next video. Now we want to call our repository, so when we hit the create button, it actually creates the category. So let me stop the application for that, and that logic is inside Tangy Business. We have the repository with category repository. Inside the server project in program.cs, we have already added that implementation in container right here. So to use category repository, we can go to the absurd page here and inject that repository. So we will say inject here And we do not have the using statement here, so rather than writing the whole path, let's add that to the global imports. We will add the using statement for tangy underscore business dot repository dot iRepository. Let's go back here, and now we can directly find the I category repository. Let me call that underscore category repository. We want to create that inside our absurd category method. So on category repository, we have method to create, and this expects a category DTO. That is the category object right here. It will be populated. Once the category is created, we want to navigate to the index page. For that, we will have to inject Navigation Manager. So after the category repository, we will inject Navigation Manager. And once we create category, we can use Navigation Manager.navigate to. We want to navigate to the category index page. Let's examine what is the page directive. That is category. We can copy and paste that right here. So with that, our category should actually be created. Let's run our application and see if we get any error or if everything works as expected. Let's try to create a category here. Let's try to create candle as a category. We hit create button. It takes a while, but after that it redirects us to the category page. Let's go to our database and do select top 1000 on categories, and perfect. You can see candle has been created inside the categories table. So with that, our create functionality is actually working as expected. Before we work on editing or modifying some things in create, let's complete the list of categories and display them right here. Now we want to work on displaying all the categories inside the category list razor page. So let me go back to the application, and we have the category list right here. What will be the model for this page? We want to display a list of category DTO, so it will be an IEnumerable of category DTO. So we can create private IEnumerable of category DTO, and we will initialize a new list of category DTOs. We need the category repository to retrieve all of them. So if we go to our create, we have the category repository. We can copy and inject that on this page as well. Now we have seen the life cycles inside Blazor. We want to use the onInitialized life cycle to get all of the categories and assign them to the categories list. So we'll say protected, override, and we have onInitialized. We do not want the base.onInitialized, but we want to load our categories right here. For that, we will use the category repository. In there, we have getAll. That will retrieve all of the categories and assign them to our list. Once we have it here, we can easily display that. We'll add a div, give it a class of column12. Within there, we can have an if condition to check if categories.any. If it has any categories, only then let's display that. We will add table tag and give bootstrap classes of table and table bordered. Inside there, we only have one property, which is name, but then we might have another column to edit or delete. So we will add thead. Inside there, we'll have a tr tag, which will have two th, one for name and one for actions. Next, we need the tbody, and inside there, we will need a for each loop. We will iterate through all of the categories and display all the rows there. So we can say variable obj in categories. Rather than obj, we can call this objcat for categories. We'll have a tr tag. Inside there, the first td, we will have to display objcat.name. And next one will be to display buttons to edit category. Now I've said before that we will be using the same razor component for create and edit. So we need to navigate them to the same page. Let's just add a nav link here and href. Let me keep that empty for now. We will just add bootstrap classes of btn and btn primary. I will call this edit, and that looks good. We will have to stop the application here, and let's run it one more time to see if the table actually loads. We already have one category in our database, so that should be retrieved successfully. Let's go to category, and perfect. We can see the list of categories now. And inside the nav link here, we forgot the td tag, so we will have to add nav link in the td tag to be consistent with the th. So if we go back, perfect. This looks much better. So if we go back and if we add a new category here for soap, that is also working as expected. But I want to show you one fault here. Let me stop the application and start it one more time. If you click on category, you will notice the URL changes instantly, but there is a delay before the page is loaded. Let me show that. So we'll click here, it takes a couple of seconds, and then it loads the category page. I want you to think about what could be the issue here. This is a little bit tricky, so it's okay if you don't get it. Let me solve this issue in the next video. Now we are facing a rather odd situation that when the category page is loaded, the URL changes instantly, but the page loads after a few seconds. But then if you go back to lifecycle or any other page and go back to category, it loads instantly. So what exactly is going on? This is taking long only in the first render when we restart the application. And the reason behind that is our onInitialized takes a while. The first time it is being called, it has to establish the connection to database. We will have to retrieve the categories every time the page loads. Right now the category list is super small, so it will be super quick. But if you are loading more data, this component will take a while to load. So rather than giving a mixed feeling that something has not been clicked, it makes sense to show them a loading bar. And for that, we will have to do a couple of things. Right now, we are using the non-async version of onInitialized. We will have to use an async version so we can spin out a different thread and load our categories in that thread while we render the UI. So we will have to use the async version, so async task, and the name is onInitialized async. Then loading all of the categories, let's do that in a separate method. It will be private void, let's call that load categories. And inside there we will populate our categories. In order to spin a different thread, we can say await here, task.run, and we need to load our categories within that task.run. That will load a different thread to load the categories. With that change, let's run the application and see what happens. Let's go to category. This time when you click, the category list and add category comes first, and then after a couple of seconds the list is loaded. So this is a little bit better because we do not wait for 2 seconds before the UI is rendered. Now the top navigation is loaded instantly, and then after a second or two, when we get list of categories, it loads the table. Let me show that one more time. We will restart the application. Let's click category here, and perfect, you can see how it is working. Now while the list is being loaded, we can add a spinner to show that the list is being loaded. So to do that, let me stop the application here, and we will have to add a boolean flag that will be a processing flag. So let me do prop boolean. I'll call this is loading, and by default we will set that to be true. Inside the load categories, once that is loaded, we will set the isLoading flag to be false. Then what we will do is we have the if condition. If there are any categories, we are displaying the table. Inside the else part here, we will check if the isLoading is true. If that is loading, that means that we are still processing the data and we want to display a loading GIF. So right here, we will display loading GIF. In the else part, the loading is already done, but there are no records in the database. So in that case, in paragraph, we can say no records found. Let's get a loading GIF. I have provided that in the snippets. So if we go there, there is a folder for resources and we have the loading GIF right there. You can use any other GIF if you want, but I have provided one to get started. Inside the www root folder, I will create a folder for images and let me paste loading GIF file. So here let me add a div, give it a class of text center, and inside there I will add image. src will be inside images / loading.gif. I forgot the closing div here. With that, let's run the application. Let's click on category here. Perfect, we see our spinner and then the categories is loaded. So with that, we have handled quite a few situations, and you can see how async methods are much more helpful as compared to the regular methods. So with that in place, let's continue from the next video. Next item that we want to work on is editing the category. So let me open the list as well as category absurd. Inside our list here, we have this link with edit button, but we have not added any href there. The link that we want to use, let me use string interpolation here, and this will be category / edit. And when we are editing a category, we need to provide the category ID. So right here, that will be inside objcat.id. That way we know which category we want to edit. We want to use the same component for create and edit. So let me copy this URL here, go to our create. We can add another page navigation here that if someone is looking for category inside their edit, and then if we get an integer parameter which will be ID, then you can bring them to this same component. We know ID will be integer, so we can be explicit about that. Once we add that inside the URL, we need to capture that parameter inside an integer ID, and we will use the parameter attribute. Inside the absurd category, we just have the create functionality. But even before we work on that, if this is an edit functionality, we want to make sure the form is loaded with the name that is already populated for that category. So basically, we will have to load this category when it is initialized. So if we go back to category razor, we can use the same code, which is loading. Let me copy all of this and we will paste it right here. So is loading will be true by default. Then we need to check if this is a create or edit. We can check if this is a create or edit based on the ID field. So if ID is equal to 0, that means this is a create request. Else this is an update request. Inside update request, we need to load the category. So this will be load category, and category is equal to repository. We have the get method. This will be load category, and when we have to get the category, we will pass the ID. So once we retrieve that, we will set the loading to be false. So if that is update, we will call the method load category inside there. In create, nothing is required, but we can set the is loading to be false. So what we have done is if it will be an update request, then we will load the category and retrieve that from the category repository. The absurd category, let's not worry about that right now. Let's run the application and make sure what we have so far is working. Now we have the is loading flag, but we are not using that right here. So where we have the edit flag, we can check if is loading. Then we want to display the div, else we will display the form once the loading is complete. Let's go to the list here and copy the text center, paste it right here. Let's go back to the application and click on category. It loads the list here. Let's click the edit button. Perfect. We had our spinner. It displays candle. We have the ID here. we can go back. If we edit on soap, the ID is 2, and that is working as expected. Last thing that I want to change in this video is it should be update and not create. So if we go back, we will have to change the title. So if that is update, we will set the title as edit. That looks good. We will just have to refresh the application and perfect. So now we are loading the category when we hit the edit button. When we change this and submit the button, we need to update the category. Let's handle that in the next video. Now let's work on the edit functionality that is inside Absurd category. We will check if category.id is equal to 0. That means this is a create, else it is an update. We can copy the code that we have for create and paste it right here. For update, we need to call the update method and pass the category object. So let me paste it here as well. In the repository, we will just call the update method. Navigate to will be common, so we can cut that from here and paste it outside like this. With that, let me save everything and go back. Let's refresh the application. Let's change this to soap 2 and hit edit. Perfect. You can see edit is working as expected. Now rather than edit here, you can display update category. So where we have edit, let me change that to update. That makes more sense. If we refresh here, perfect. So with that list of category, adding a new category and updating category is working as expected. Let's work on the delete functionality from the next video. We want to add delete functionality on our category. Rather than implementing a simple scenario, I will implement a delete component. And that component will basically be a model pop-up. So when we click on delete, it will display a model pop-up if you want to delete or not. We can use the default confirm box, but I want you to practice components and some other things. So let me stop the application. And how do we start with that? Rather than typing the HTML for that model pop-up, I have provided that in snippets right here. This is just basic Bootstrap and nothing fancy. Let me show that as well. Before anything, let me just open JS Fiddle Bootstrap template, and we have the boilerplate for Bootstrap. Make sure to go to this URL because in resources, we need the bootstrap.js. Let's go back to our snippet. Let me copy and paste everything right here. I have one line in the comment here, that is the JavaScript line. We will paste that in the JS. With those changes, let's run this. So perfect, you can see when we have the show property here, it will display the model pop-up, and when we have hide here, if we run this, that will hide the pop-up. That is all that we have in the HTML. So let's add that in our project. Let me copy everything other than the comment right now. Let's go back here and create a new component. This will be a shared component, so we will create that in the shared folder and not inside the Learn Blazor that we have. So inside the shared folder, let's create a razor component and we will call this underscore delete confirmation. Let's add that and we will paste the HTML where we have a modal with Bootstrap. So we just have a confirmation, are you sure you want to delete? And we have 2 buttons. We do not have any functionality on what should happen when delete is selected, but we just want a boilerplate for our HTML and CSS. In order to toggle this modal, if we go back to the snippet, we need this JavaScript code. So it's best to go to our common.js and let's add 2 more functions there. So we'll scroll down here. The first one will be show delete confirmation modal, and inside there, let's go back to the snippet, copy this line, and we will paste it to display. Let me copy this and paste it again. To hide that, we will have the method name as hide delete confirmation modal, and we'll just toggle that to hide. So this looks good for our JavaScript methods. But we need to add our delete button inside the category list. So let me open that. We first need to add the component. So that is delete confirmation. Let's add that on the page. We don't care where we add it because by default it is hidden. We need a delete button after the edit right here. So we will add a button, give it some bootstrap classes of btn danger, and we will have an onClick event that will trigger the modal to show up. Before we do that, let me display delete here and then work on that function. Let's call that as handle delete, and we need to pass the ID of the category that user wants to delete. So right here we need to pass objcat.id. If you pass parameter like this, it won't work. If your method has a parameter, you need to get an arrow function and that will handle the parameters. So with that, we'll scroll down and let's create that method. So it will be private void, name is handle delete, and in the parameter we get an integer ID that needs to be deleted. The ID that we receive here, let's create a variable to store that. So basically we need an integer that will be delete category ID. So we will set delete category ID to the ID that we receive in parameter. Lastly, we need to invoke this function to load our modal pop-up. So let me copy this function name. We will go back. We need the JS runtime. Let's add that. Let's inject that first. So inject IJS runtime here. We'll scroll down. Using our injected JS runtime, we need to either use invoke async or invoke void async. The function does not return anything, so this will be invoke void async, and we need to write the function name, which will be show delete confirmation modal. Then the modal in Bootstrap is not included in project by default. Let's go to the documentation of Bootstrap, and if we scroll down, we need to include the JS file. So we will copy that. Let's go back to our project and we will include that inside the underscore layout. Let's scroll down and let me add that. We have already added the common.js, so we do not have to worry about that. With this change, let's run the application and see if the modal pops up. Let's go to category. We have our spinner. Let's hit the delete button. And perfect. You can see the modal is working as expected. If we click close here, it goes away. If we hit cancel, it goes away. But nothing happens when we hit delete. That functionality is missing. Let's work on that in the next video. Now we want to work on the delete method. So let's go back to the application, and inside the category list page, we have handle delete that will display the modal pop-up. But when we hit the confirm button or the delete button, we need to invoke one more method here that will actually delete. So let me make that as an async method task, and I will call it confirm delete underscore click. This method will be invoked if the isConfirmed is valid. So we will get that as a parameter on what this confirmation returns. If that is true, only then we will delete. So inside there we can first check if the isConfirmed is true, and we want to make sure that the ID is populated inside the delete category ID. So that should not be equal to 0. Then we need the delete logic. Inside the delete logic, we just need to call our category repository. We have delete, and we pass the delete category ID. Once we delete that, we will have to reload our category. So let's call the load category one more time. That way the deleted category will no longer be visible. And after we load that, we will also have to hide the confirmation. So let me paste it here, go to common.js, we have hide delete confirmation model. Let's call that. So with that, our method looks good. That needs to be invoked when the confirmation is clicked. So let me run the application and show you what we need to do next. If we go to category, when we hit the delete button, we get this confirmation. When we hit this delete button, we need to invoke the method that we just wrote. That delete button that you see on the screen is inside the delete component right here. This delete component is a child component of this category list that we have on top. So we need to invoke a method of parent component from this child component on the button click. We have done that using event callback. So I want you guys to pause the video and take this as your next assignment. From the delete button of the child component, which is _delete confirmation, we have to invoke the parent component method, which is confirm delete _click, and that will be done using event callback. So good luck with that assignment, and let's do that in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the event callback assignment and the delete functionality. To do that, we will first go to delete confirmation and we will have to add the @code block. Here we need to add a parameter which will be of type event callback and the return type will be Boolean. So when we click the confirm button, we will have to return true. And if we go to the function here, we are expecting a Boolean. So that is what we have to write here. On the button here, we will write onClick method, and we can use arrow function here to call a method which is on confirmation delete. And when we click here, this will be true because when someone hits the delete button, they are confirming they want to delete. We can call the same method on cancel as well. So right here, we can call that, but this time it will be false. So when someone hits on cancel, they do not want to delete. We have close button here. We can change that and add false as well. Let me stop the application, and we have added on confirmation delete. We need to add that in the @code block. We can make this private async task. Let me paste the name on confirmation delete. This will expect a Boolean, which will be value. If value is true, only then we want to delete. So on that point, we want to call the parent component's method. So we want to call the confirmation changed dot invoke async, and we'll pass the value, which is true. So inside the parent component, we need to invoke this method. We need to pass that as a parameter. We have the confirmation changed here, and we'll pass the exact name, which is confirm delete _click. So that will invoke the method from the child component. Let's run our project and see this in action. So let's go to category here. Let's hit delete. And perfect. You can see the category has been deleted successfully. If we go back to SQL Server to confirm that, let's execute. We just have one candle. We can edit a new category that is there. Let's delete. And perfect. So with that, our delete functionality is working as expected. Now our delete functionality is working as expected, but there is one thing that is missing there. Let's go back to our application, and inside the category list here, if we scroll down, where we have the confirm delete method, sometimes what can happen is delete can take a while. You might have to delete some images, you might have to do some processing. So let's introduce a delay there for 5 seconds. Let's save this and go back and try to delete and see what happens this time. So if we click on delete, you will see the screen is frozen for 5 seconds. And after that, it goes away and no records are found. That is not a user-friendly approach. We need to fix that by either disabling the delete buttons, or rather than delete, at least show them that something is being processed. So let's handle that scenario. Before we do that, Bootstrap 5 has free icons that are included. So if we go to the Install tab, we just need to include their CDN. Let me copy it here, go back to the application, let's stop this, and inside our underscore layout, let's add that CSS right here. Perfect. So now we need to display processing when the confirm delete is actually being processed. Inside the confirm delete, we have the isLoading flag that we were using for the initial loading. We can use the same flag and set the isLoading to be true. And once the delete is completed, we can set isLoading to be false. Now we need to pass this isLoading to the child component right here. Before we pass that here, let's go to the child component and write a parameter to accept that. So here we will add a parameter. I will call that isParentComponentProcessing. Let's go back here and populate that property with isLoading. So we will be passing isLoading and we'll capture it right here. As long as this processing is true, we do not want these buttons. So here we will add an if condition and we will say isParentComponentProcessing. Then we want to display a loading or something else. Inside the else part, we can use those buttons. So in if, let me just copy and paste them. We will make them disabled. We do not need any on click there since they are disabled. We will have disabled here as well. And rather than delete, let me display processing. So with that change, let's run our application and see what happens. We'll have to create a new category. There are no records right now. Let me create a couple of categories. Let's hit delete. Perfect. As soon as we hit delete, you can see it is updated to processing, and once it is done, it reloads the page. So that was straightforward. Now we'll go back and we'll make sure to delete the delay that we added. So let me remove that, and our delete confirmation is in a good shape. Switching back to our application, if we go to category, everything seems to work right now. We have the progress bar, CRUD operations are working, so it seems everything is as expected. But if we go back to the actual code and open category list here, scroll down, what we have inside the onInitialized async, we are using task.run. What this will do is it will actually do all the loading inside a separate thread. This is fine for this scenario, but when we work with complex model which will involve complex data objects and will be doing some repositories and other complexities, this will be an issue. Because of multiple threads, the DB context cannot be shared. So even though this approach looks good right now, down the road this will create a mess in the application. So what would be the workaround to make sure that everything is elegant, but at the same time we are not using task.run? Rather than using the onInitialized async, we have the different lifecycle, which is on after render async, and it expects a Boolean value, which is first render. Let me stop the application here, and we will not be using the onInitialized async in this scenario. If you remember, the onAfter render async does not make the UI change, so if we load the categories in onAfter render async, it will not manually change the UI that has been rendered. So we need to do something special. And the load categories, we only want to load it when it is the first render and not the subsequent renders. So we can paste that in an if condition. With that, let's run the application and see what's happening. This time the load categories will actually be invoked. Let me add a debugging point there, but it will not actually change the UI. So if I click there, you can see it hits our debugging point. Let me press F5 here, and even though the category and even though is loading will be false, the spinner is always there, and you should have an answer for that reason as well. On after render async will be invoked after the UI has been rendered. So what should we do to load all the categories? Inside the load categories, after we set the isLoading is false, we can invoke state has changed. That will notify the application that state has changed and you need to do some rendering. With that change, let's run the application and let me remove the debugging point. We'll go to categories here. We will get the spinner, but we will get an error message. You can see here we have the error message. The current thread is not associated with the dispatcher. Reason behind that is we are using task.run. We just want to call load categories. We do not need the await keyword, so we can remove that. So perfect. With that, let's run the application one more time. Let's go to our category. We have the spinner and perfect. This loads now. If we click on edit here, everything is working as expected. We can make one more improvement if we want here. When we have the isLoading, let's not assign anything here. When the load categories is called, we will set isLoading to be true, and once we set that, we will again have to say state has changed, because once the isLoading is true, we want to show our spinner. So at this point, it will display spinner, get the categories, and then we will hide the spinner and show all the categories. I'll remove the semicolon at the end, and that looks good. Now we are no longer using multi-threading using task.run, and we are doing all the calculations and loading inside the onAfter render async. If you do not mind the wait for a few seconds, you can always do the same things in onInitialized, but there will be a delay in that case. So with that change, let's run our application one more time. We have the spinner and perfect. This looks good. Let's continue from the next video. We have modified our category list and we are using the onAfter render async. For your next assignment, I want you guys to modify the category absurd where we are still using task.run. So modify this code so that it is similar to what we have in category list where we are using the onAfter render async. So good luck with the assignment, and I'll show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. Let me stop the application and we'll be working with category absurd. We have the onInitialized async. We will replace that with onAfter render async, and we will have the boolean first render. Now we only want to render on the first one, so we'll have the if condition. Inside there, we will have the if else. Rather than await and task.run, we will directly call load category. Let's go up where we have the isLoading. We do not need any default values. We will set isLoading to be true. Once we set that, we will notify that state has changed and the UI needs to be re-rendered. And after we load the individual category and we set isLoading to be false, we will again notify that the state has changed. That's all that we had to do. With that change, let's run the application. Let's go to our category. Let's edit here, and perfect. If we edit, everything is working as expected. With that, let's continue from the next video. Now that the CRUD operations are looking great, we have our category repository. If we notice the interface here, we are not using any async method. Typically, async is the preferred route when it comes to repository. That way we can await on some methods if needed. So rather than having only some methods as async, there is no harm if you have all the methods as async. Worst come worst, they will just execute as synchronous methods, and that is what Microsoft recommends. So rather than category DTO, let's have a task of category DTO and make all of these methods as async. So return type will be encapsulated in a task. So our interface looks good. Let's go to the implementation. We will have to wrap the return type in task. On top of that, in implementation, we need the async keyword. So let me make that change for all the methods that we have. Perfect, that looks good. We should not see any errors. Now since we are using async here, rather than save changes, we can use save changes async, and let's await that. Let me copy this. Even first our default, we have the first our default async. We will have to press Ctrl dot for the entity framework core using statement. Rather than save changes, we have the save changes async. Let's replace that in all the places. And perfect. With that, everything looks good in our repository. Once we have made those changes in the repository, we should also make change in the category list and observed, because now we will have to await. So first, let's go to category list and make sure everything is working. This will be a sync method with the return type of task, and we will have to await the call. That looks good. The error should go away. Let me await all the three methods here, and perfect, the error goes away. With our load categories also, we will await this time. That looks good for category list. Let's go to observed. We have load categories again. This will be async task. We will await on retrieving the individual category, and the observed category we will have async task, and let's await the create as well as update. Let me scroll down. This looks good. We will have await on load category, and perfect. With those changes, let's run the project one more time and make sure everything is working as expected. So category, let's try to create a category, edit that, and let's delete. Perfect. So all the functionalities are working the same, but now our repository has async implementation. So with all of these changes, finally our CRUD operations on category comes to an end. Let's continue from the next video.